Hello, everybody. Merry Christmas. We are back with Final Fantasy. It's been a very long time since I've streamed. Reason is work, and also because I've been not really in the mood. It's the day after Christmas for me, and it's Christmas for some people. Probably US are celebrating Christmas this today or this morning technically. It's the 25th here, and it's 2 p.m., 3 minutes past 2 p.m. I have had lunch. I am having coffee right now. So one of the reasons, like, somebody might have noticed that I was trying to stream like 30 minutes ago, and the stream crashed because I've actually changed the setup a little bit. So I switched over to the newest OBS, which is crap, technically crap. I've done some other things, and I hope that the audio is not too overwhelming, but let's turn it a little bit down, maybe. And other things that I've done, let me just check that everything is actually running, and it is actually running, which is good. It's looking okay. Yeah. But yeah, a minor technical issue where the stream crashed, and was trying to figure out why it crashed and all that stuff. So, anyways, we are playing Final Fantasy today. And we're going back to Shadow or Stormblood, post Stormblood, trying to finish off the last quarter of it. We're gonna finish that off today, and then we are going to be out of this here New Game Plus, which is the reason why we had the New Game Plus issue, or we're doing the New Game Plus issue, is because the recording and the stream was total crap. And I don't want for people who were watching and are gonna rewatch the VOD to actually not have a great experience. I'm simply not gonna be, and it's also for recording's sake. So I just want to replay it and all that stuff. So we're doing that today. Let's see. I've changed the camera a little bit. It's not so big anymore as it should be, as it was before. So just tried narrowing it a little bit down. Widescreen really doesn't matter to anybody, anyways, these days. It's just trying to fill over things. So let's do that, and let's see what I'm doing here. And now I have a little bit of issue here, but I can fix that, I think. Some minor fix here. And the game audio should be at an okay level, I think. So yeah. Okay, so we're good. The first thing we're gonna do is actually do the New Game Plus. So we're gonna go in here and do the last quarter of Stormblood. We did this here last time. This here's the next one we're doing, and then we're out of it, and then we're going into the main story quest where we are. We're switching over to this. Let me check is the game audio. Seeing something that is popping in and out. Okay. Everything is looking good. We're hearing audio and all that stuff. So yeah. And we're looking at the stream. Is it stuttering like a motherfucker? No, it's not. Be good. 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 Oh, frame drops. Recording issues. Everything is good to go. And we're not getting any XP here anyway, so it doesn't really matter what we're doing it as Serious Warrior. Alice is impatiently fuzzing with her link pearl. Well, Sarah, I've come. If you come here hoping of news, I'm afraid there isn't any. Everything exactly as it was. Your Stolas is investigating the primals as far in the far east. Vankard is still gathering intel in the Imperial province, and Alphino is still out there somewhere. Out there somewhere. Let's. There has been no word since the first scheduled report, nor does he respond to calls. And all the while, I'm just meant to sit around here waiting, and it's driving me mad. Begging your pardons, I bear a message from the Eorzean Alliance. Thank the gods that we have a visitor. Welcome to Rising Stones. We have a message. I'll be most eager to hear it. My lady, the Alliance leadership will soon convene to discuss the matter of the ASEAN interference. They humbly request your presence of the Science of the Seven Dawn. Being accused intelligent. Having assessed the intelligence provided by the Almegan resistance convened the whereabouts of Xeno's remains, there's two suspicious ASEAN's involvement, and wish to deliberate the suitable course of action. As the foremost authorities of the foe, your order council would be most welcome. Of course, we should be glad to assist in wherever way we can. With almost everyone else afraid, almost everyone else afield, I'd say this one falls on us. By which I mean, I'm not going on my own. You'll come with me, I trust. Because Alizé doesn't like this here in general. Of course I will. There you have it. We accept your invitation. Thank you for the time and date of the meeting will be shared in due course. I can confirm the council will take place in Alamigo by your leave. I somewhat doubt we will have everything useful to offer, but standing mutely at meetings is still better than nothing. I've been doing it of late. Let's make ready for it to depart, shall we? Thancred, what's going on? Alright, I'll be careful on the road back. Hey. Here, right, Royal. Thancred is coming back? Aye, that he is. Says he's inquired some important intelligence. Being in the Garlean territory, though, couldn't risk sharing the particulars case over the Imperials that we're listening in. So he said he'd head back as quick as he could, and to make sure everyone was waiting for him at the Alamigan quarter. Understood, sir. We'll go. We're bound for Alamigo anyway. So here, and there's sure to be time. The council begins. Come, let us be off. And everything is still looking good. Da, 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 da. Da, da, da. Alamigan quarter. Okay, let's go see what they want. You two are a sight of sore eyes, and all I need is water for the parched throat. Fetch me a cup, will you? Trespassing through Imperial territory is thirsty work.
God, I needed that.
I won't bother telling you to catch your breath. Whatever brought you galloping back to us, I assume it's urgent.
Quite. Without further ado, then. After the successful uprisings in Doma and Alamigo, rebels in several other provinces were inspired to follow suit. Unfortunately, they did not fare quite so well. The Dalmascans paid the heaviest price. For their defiance, the Emperor made a show of razing their capital to the ground, prompting many of their neighbors to abandon thoughts of resistance. But not all have given up on liberty. Heartened by the news of Doma's prisoner exchange, some still believe that the Empire may one day be amenable to negotiation. We have the shinobi to thank for spreading the good word. They have worked tirelessly to keep the subjugated informed, and a little knowledge can go a long way.
Okay.
There is at least a spark of hope, then.
It's always hope, Elzay. Always hope.
A spark in want of kindling, yes. The Alliance has already begun supplying materiel to resistance movements abroad, many of whom would otherwise struggle to continue the fight. The support effort has been led by the Sultana and the Elder Seedseer, who have both seen enough Alamigan refugees to know the consequences of oppression. And for their troubles, they have quickly earned a reputation as folk heroes in certain corners of the Empire. That is all for the provinces. As for the Garlean motherland itself, our friends the Populares have suffered something of a setback, I regret to say. Talk is rife that Doma has summoned a primal.
Oh
And the
no.
more liberal voices are being drowned out in the fearful clamor for retribution.
And who did they think orchestrated this summoning?
Oh, any but those truly responsible. Xenos has seen to that. Speaking of whom, the Crown Prince is recovering remarkably
Whoa.
well enough, in fact, to enable him to personally tour the provinces, putting the fear of the Emperor into the hearts of any would-be dissidents.
He walks in plain sight, and none suspect.
Checking on phone just quickly to see if.
As we feared.
Yes, an Ascian wears his skin.
Well, we know who that is. I think we've got a
But it was
glimpse.
not that
No, we
which
didn't.
brought me here in
No.
such haste.
I need to remember.
During my time
We
in
were
the
in
provinces, I learned
before
many things.
Shadowbringer.
Yet at no point did I hear any report of a Doman emissary in the capital.
But Alphonse should have arrived by now. Could they be holding him there in secret?
Alphonse took to the Gaulian Empire as an
But
emissary.
I have reason to believe he never reached his destination. As you know, scions assigned to covert operations, such as Riol and myself, are issued special link pearls for communication in the event of an emergency. I mention this because it was originally Alphino's task to coordinate the response at headquarters, meaning he has one. And whose voice should I hear when mine recently crackled to life?
You spoke with Alphonse?
Spoke with? No. I but heard his voice, and none too clearly at that. 2 words were all I could make out. The burn.
Oh, I remember.
Something must have happened to them there.
And yeah, I could do this. I could do the burn solo, I think. Because that's a
There's no time to
level...
We must make for the burn at once.
That's level 60 dungeon.
I had a feeling you might say
Or
that.
level 70. Either way, I can solo them.
And? I can't very well
Could
sit
be an
here
issue.
drinking tea if Alphonse in trouble. You said yourself that this link pill was only to be used in emergencies. So I'm going, and that's the end of it.
Oh, far be it from me to change your minds.
Sure. Love going through the... Low though I am to neglect my making preparation for the council, we must swiftly before Alphino's trail goes cold. I propose we first pay Ian a visit, and I'm sure he wants to hear about these developments, and he may as well be able to advise on the best how to approach the burn. A sound plan you stole in, and your soul is in Doma, is she not? I dare say she joined you in the search if you asked her nicely. While you see to all that, I shall go and report to the findings to the Alliance. You may leave any preparation to the council to me. Splitting up the task. Awesome. Thank you, Thancred. Alright. Doma then. We have much more to share with you, Stola. Okay. So let us do that. Go to this part. Where are you still? That is curious indeed. While all matters demand my attention at present, I shall bear what you have told me in mind. Should you notice any change, do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you, my lady. You're most kind. Well, well, 2 phases from the dim and distant past. Come now, it hasn't been that long. Who was that you were speaking with? A local miner who supplies crystals from the rebuilding effort. Late. Claims to have struggled in finding crystal with so much of a trace of elemental energy. Upon leaving that I had some knowledge of the ether, I came to seeking my counsel. Just before he brought me one of those his recent findings. It was precisely as he described, devoid of elemental energy, and eerily reminiscent of the expected crystal that manifests in the origin these days prior to the calamity, we would be wise to investigate this phenomenon more closely. Indeed. One more positive note, the locals seem to have a liking to me. Or an interest in that a liking to, I think. The sight of a Mikote with a particular contraption upon her head has a certain novelty value in these parts. Any are accurate regarding they may have of me, I owe wholly to the others who came before me. Everyone has been extremely cooperative, and I am pleased to report that I've all but concluded my investigation. Simply put, by forcing one's will upon an ether-infused object of worship, it is possible to conduct a summoning. So, the fact that the object of worship is the key, they themselves suffused with the relinquished requisite belief. Correct. Such scarce relics as a coaching collective obviate the need of religious favor in the summoning. Tetsu, being the most obvious example, she had to associate the artifact given to her by the Asahi, sorry, with the divine, and it served to amplify her desire to give them form. A form nourished through the power of the crystal, also provided by her brother, and thus was Tsuyomi brought into being. Which brings me to the question of preventative measures, to which I have yet to find a satisfactory answer. At present, I know naught that will avail us, save to keep watch over the momentum of relics and crystals, as if we did not have enough to keep watch over already. But I doubt that you came all this way to bear that which may be peruse in a report. Has something happened to Alphino? I'll just join you in the search, of course. Thank you, Stola. I'm glad. Glad you should be able to be glad of your help. Truly. Now, is there something else? I should go ahead and request an audience with Lord Hien. Leslie puts on a brave face, but she's a little he has little tender for concealment. You should join her at the Kian Khan. Yes, I would like to join in. Greetings, my friend. Alizé has explained all to me. Needless to say, you shall have our full cooperation in the search, even if Alphino's trail does not lead to the burn of all places. The region known as the Burn occupies a special place in the Galilean history. Every child in the Empire is familiar with the tale. In the distant past, it was a verdant land, teeming with life, or theming with life. But subjected to summoning, saw it bled dry of ether and reduced to a desert. It was upon beholding the devastation that Primals had wrought the Emperor Solus was spurred to embark upon the crusades against their kind. The burn offers a glimpse of the future we seek to prevent. Know you of any reason why Alpha might have gone there? Aye, mischance. Though it lies on the route to Galmold, there was no place to make a stop. My guess is they encountered some manner of trouble there. In any event, I'm of the same mind as Alice. We have no choice but to take our search to the burn, given the considerable distance involved. It's best that we went by bird. Sarah and I will have our yoles. Yugiri, will you ready falcons for the others? I shall gather our swiftest birds. Near the House of the Fierce, there's an overlook. Pray join us there once you have been. You have seen to your preparations. I'm prepared as ever. Speaking of here, near the House of Fierce. Oh, okay, that's... Oh, it marked it like that. Da, da, da. Oh, shit. I did a mistake. I need to go up here because that is where the hole is. There it is. Doo-doo-doo. Okay, here. Everyone here is possessed of a bird. Let us be our way. Remember, our distance is barren wasteland. There is no civilian to speak of. The 100 moms in the direction. Take care of it, not lose your way. Okay, enter the burn. So the first thing we will do is we are gonna go ahead and say you. We're gonna make a restricted party. We're gonna go there. We are gonna go to Stormblood, and then we're gonna do the burn because that's a level 70, and we can do that without a problem. Right. Sure. It should not skip the cutscene here. It did. Let me leave. And redo that again. I need to go into system. No. Character options. Activate stamp, blah, blah, blah. Where are you? Yeah, we need to do this here. Skipping cutscenes is no go. Join. The reason why it's skipping cutscenes is because we've already seen it. Or I've already seen it. You're new? Thank you for watching.
Everyone, land where you can. We must wait out the storm.
Da 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 da. Da da. Just triple check. Yep. Okay, let's go. Let's go. We have a lot of stuff to do. Tank stands. Da, 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 da. Da, da, da. And the first boss. Question is, can you die here? Probably can. I don't know actually. I'll probably get damage down maybe or stuff like that. Either way, doesn't matter. I think I can level up. It's level 73 is the max. I think I can actually solo. He's dead now. Get that. Ba, 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 ba. And here we have the elegant runes. Ah, don't make it work. And this here's the last bolt. Gonna take it to the face. Tank privilege. Treasure. Da, 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 da. Worst part of this here is the easy part of it. Everything. The burn is sucks ass, especially because of the last part of the dungeon. I'm actually wearing like okay gear, but I still haven't melded because I don't have access to the materia yet, and the materia is so expensive on on the market board. Still. And the next boss. Let's just charge it. Everything lines up with my 2 minutes. Boom. I'm actually really excited about Paladin, the rework they're doing, like for next patch in January 20th. It's gonna be very, very interesting. See how awesome that's gonna be. They're gonna make the burst window. Burst window is they're gonna shorten the rotation, make the burst window tighter. They're gonna remove the dot, all that stuff that it has right now. It's gonna be. I'm pretty sure I might tank the next tier as Paladin. But it really depends. It really depends because still they're trying to make him a very good like a shield warrior, but the problem is like I think personally that if the paladin is gonna needs to be something, it needs like he needs to be substantially good at doing like taking rate, like really deep, like taking rate damage off the raid, like having awesome cooldowns and stuff like that. The thing regarding that, if you do that, he could be so overpowered that everybody would want either a main or a secondary tank to be a paladin because he will be a massive help. But that means also, if he's gonna have those features, he can never do as much damage as any of the other tanks because he will then be overpowered. There needs to be balance. Like, for instance, one of the reasons why, at least presumably, why the warrior has been nerfed and is not like main like why he is not the main thing again is because, well, a lot of basically he's easier to play and all that stuff. Well, technically, yeah, that's true, but the other tanks are actually technically not that hard to play compared to like so many other jobs. Like you take if you take, for instance, I still think one of the hardest jobs, and it is all objective because it's your opinion, and again, also how you like to pay and how you understand, like, what's it called? How good you are in doing your rotations and all that stuff. Like, somebody who can play every job don't care about how hard a job is. He just switch and flops. But I think, for my sake, I think the hardest job in this here game to play is probably, from a rotation standpoint and how stressful it is. I think there are one job that stands out very, 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 very keenly to me. That is definitely, for me, it is the what's it called? The ninja. The ninja's burst window with mug and backstab and all that stuff is insanely hard to do, in my opinion. Just hit like one thing off and you fuck your whole rotation. Like, it is so hard just to fuck off. So that's my thing. The second one will probably be monk, because you constantly have to, like, the rotation is made so that you need to make a choice. So if you have one buff up, the other one you cannot go this way. So there is a flow chart to the rotation, and that is okay. I should not have done that. Okay. So there's a flow chart to the rotation, which is something you need to remember. And that is one of the reasons why the monk is so insanely difficult to play also. But it's fun. It's not that. It's just fun. You need to, like, if you have this buff up, you do this, and if you do this and you do that, it's not that hard. It's just like you need to be aware of it constantly. You always need to keep an eye out regarding that. And that's why I think the paladin, if he has that thing, and that feature that he can, like, very, very easily help people and all that stuff. He can technically could technically actually be the shielder, like could be like a sage, a sage tank where the warrior is a white mage tank technically, because he can heal so much. So yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be very interesting, I think, to see what's
There you
happening.
are.
And Ian is here.
Between contending with bloodthirsty beasts and sand in my every conceivable place, I had begun to despair of finding you again.
Do you recognize the crashed ship over yonder? Mistress Alizé and I briefly inspected it. It is the vessel that bore Master Alphino away.
But there was no sign of him, nor of Maxima and his people.
War Machina. It would seem they were involved in a struggle. There may be clues. We should split up and search the area.
Wait.
These were no ordinary soldiers. Over here! The insignia on this man's uniform identifies him as one of the Emperor's personal guard. Hand-picked soldiers, answering only to the royal family.
That would explain why all the casualties are Garlean. They were fighting their own.
You're saying the Emperor was behind all this? That Alphino is his prisoner?
Isn't it always the Emperor? Alvin was fine, I'm sure of it.
Aye, we must not jump to conclusions. Besides, Alphino is more than capable of looking after himself, is he not?
I suggest we return to Doma to consider our options. Whatever happened here, Master Alphino is long gone, and any subsequent search may safely be left in the hands of the shinobi.
Yeah. Do that.
Where in the world are you, brother? If you die on me, I will never let you hear the end of it.
Right. Ian. Well, that was a decidedly uneventful journey. I almost found myself hoping for a sandworm. Well, I actually got a sandworm, so joking aside, I'd say our birds are due to a good brush down and a treat or two, wouldn't you say? I'd hope to steal a moment rest after a little outing, but it would seem duty's call. A foreign emissary arrived in my absence. Do not let us keep you then. Actually, I was wondering if you might join me. I cannot think of a guest who could fail to be more impressive by the presence of a scion, at least. None I should be happy to receive. Of course, if you think it will be useful. Thank you. Let us return to the manor. To the Doman Enclave. Oh, we're actually here. Awesome. So, oh, I can. And I can also do this. Get you can mount here. Yes, I will enter. Ba, ba, ba.
Lise,
There she
what
is.
brings you here?
Oh, Alliance business. We have a request for Doma. Well, Hian. But that can wait. They told me you were out searching for Alphino. Did you manage to pick up his trail?
Nada. Oh, I picked up a trail, but I didn't find him. Let's see. There's a switch.
Well, if he wasn't at the crash site, he might still have escaped. We have to keep searching.
And we will. Alphino embarked on this journey as an emissary of Doma, and I hold myself responsible for his safe return. I will have our shinobi in the provinces search for him as a matter of urgency. Chin up, Alize. You'll get to admonish your brother for his recklessness yet.
Well, someone has to do it.
I'm sure he's going to be fine. There is one thing I'm not sure about, though.
What is
You
that?
said it was the Emperor's personal guard that attacked Alphino's airship. But the Popularis would never have been able to arrange the prisoner exchange without Varus's blessing. So why would he sabotage his own mission?
They may not have been acting on Varus's orders. The guard answer not only to him, but to his family, the Crown Prince included.
When Yotsuyu summoned Tsukuyomi, Asahi was quick to proclaim that a Dorman citizen had violated the terms of our agreement, that the negotiations had failed. And it is this version of events that is now being repeated across Garlemald. To hear the tale, one would think the prisoner exchange never took place. Plainly, someone is manipulating matters from the shadows. Most likely Xenos, or whoever it is that wears his face.
Whichever Ascian you mean, we all know the nature of our adversary.
The servants of chaos are true to their name. Their meddling has cost Doma a chance at peace. Whoever it was that loosed his personal guard, the Emperor cannot be ignorant of these developments. We must proceed on the assumption that our treaty is indeed in tatters.
You could argue that this here was stage.
But
Because we
please,
do know
you have
that
journeyed far.
the people who brought the crystals were the Gaulians themselves.
Right. So the big news is that Alamigo has agreed to join the
You could
Aeordian
probably lower
Alliance.
yourself out of that one, maybe.
To make it official and discuss where we all go from here, the leaders of the 5 nations are planning to hold a meeting, and we were hoping you might come too. We've already seen what we can achieve when we work together, and the Alliance hopes to work even more closely in future. They think it's our best hope of keeping the Garleans in check, and I agree.
As do I. By coordinating our efforts in the east and west, we may be able to discourage them from committing their forces to a single front. I accept your invitation. I must, however, ask for time to attend to some pressing matters here. In light of recent events, the risk of Imperial reprisals is greater than ever, and I would not leave Dorma unguarded. Ere I depart, I must shore up her defenses.
Ah, yeah.
Understood. I'll let the Alliance know. We'll wait to hear from you before setting a date. The meeting's to be held at the Royal Palace in Alamigo, incidentally. Do you remember the way?
Well enough. Please assure my hosts that I will not keep them waiting any longer than I have to.
Consider it done. And thank you for agreeing to come. If we all put our heads together, we're sure to find the best way forward. For everyone.
Okay. On to the next. Speak to Ian. My advisors and I will presently convene to discuss the matter of Doman's defense, and you're welcome to stay, of course. Had you not offered, I would have requested to leave to remain. Where the Assassins are concerned, not may be left to chance. As ever, we will benefit from your experience. I thank you for coming, Elise. And if it was of official business, I'd hoped there might be time to show you our land you helped to save, but I will settle for a fleeting visit if need must. There never does seem to be enough time for anything, does there? But I did get to see a little of the Enclave. You've made excellent progress, and I must say, and soon you'll have a chance to see how we're getting on to the meeting then. I'm sorry, I was wondering if I might have a word with you before I go. In private. Go on, my friend. I will send for Hakuru and the others in the meantime. Great, I'll be waiting at the docks. Could you not wait outside the docks? I can't teleport to there. Just freaking extra teleportations and all this. Out here, and then we go to the main crystal. Go to the main crystal. We go to the docks. And then we go to Alize. No, sorry, Lise. What? My bad. And let me check. Yes, I need to be careful here. Last time I'm fucking up when I double skip something. Thank you for coming. Knowing you will probably guess what I wanted to talk to you about. Alice is acting as everything is all right, but it's clear she's barely coping. The Alice I know is overbearing, willful, and reckless. That is fine. It's how she deals with feeling weak. She has to keep moving, or she's afraid she'll fall apart. A lot like me. But the thing about people like us is that we need someone to keep an eye on us. I have Papalymo, and now I have my friends in the Resistance. And LSA has you and the Scions. Before you start not saying you're neglecting her, I'm sure you aren't. And I'm sure you won't. But she's a good friend, and I'll see her like this. I can't help but worrying, so please make sure you give her all the support she needs, alright? Thank you, sir. It goes without saying. But if there's anything I can do, you only need to ask. Best be off. See you in El Amigo. Okay. Back to the Enclave and talk with Ian and the others to figure out what we are to do about the defenses. Lord Ian is expecting me. I know that. Okay, Lord Ian. Ah, there you are, my friend. Everyone has assembled. Let us begin. It is not voice active, if I remember correctly.
If we are to ready
Oh, it
ourselves
is.
for invasion,
I
we should
always
have
remember
manpower,
wrongly.
provisions and time, all of which are in notably short supply.
Candid as ever, Yugiri, and correct, I concede. Fortunately, I have an idea. Tis plain no single nation can stand against the might of the Empire.
Eat?
And it was only with the aid of others that Dorma succeeded in winning her freedom. So, I mean to take a leaf out of our Eorzean friends' book and form an alliance of our own. In addition to those with whom we already share an understanding, I would reach out to Hingashi and Suinosato, and further afield to the myriad peoples of Nangsha and Dalmasca. I am under no illusion. Not all will answer the call. Yet disparate though we may be, we are united in our desire for freedom. If our neighbors could be made to see what is at stake, Ascian machinations and all, cooperation need not be so far-fetched a notion.
It may even seem practical. Under the guidance of our former leader, Master Louis Soir, we once strove to unite the fractious city-states of Eorzea. I dare say that experience shall be of use in your endeavor.
We should be glad of your wisdom.
For the record, I would have been in favor of this plan even if it hadn't been my grandfather's, but I have to ask, how will we secure the time to carry it out? Not that anyone has forgotten, but the Garleans have airships. Lots and lots of airships. Should they catch wind of our plan, they could send an armada to overwhelm us before our alliance had even begun to take shape.
Not if we deny them access to the skies. During our time in the Burn, the Warrior of Light and I chanced upon some Allagan ruins.
Oh?
I wouldn't call chance.
As such
Just
ruins
stumble
go, they were
upon
not
it.
particularly unusual. But something about the surrounding land struck me as odd. Faint though it was, its ethereal residue was uncannily similar to that of Azizlar. Identical, in fact. For locations so far removed to share a single etheric signature is all but impossible. I conclude, therefore, that the Allagans created the floating continent with land taken from the Burn.
While that is a most intriguing theory, I fail to see what relevance it has to Dorma's defense.
Azizlar was enclosed in a powerful energy barrier, impenetrable even to an Agrius-class battleship. It occurred to me that those ruins may have enjoyed similar protection. I have no proof, but the Warrior of Light did report seeing a structure resembling other known Allagan field generators.
All right. But even if we could put up such an energy barrier, it surely wouldn't extend beyond the limits of the burn. So what's to stop the Garleans flying around it?
Fuel. The Dalmascan capital, Rabanasta, was a key imperial refueling point in the east. By laying waste to it as a lesson to the rest, the Empire greatly hindered its own operations in the region. If an imperial fleet were to advance upon Doma, it would now have little choice but to travel, as the crow flies, over the burn.
I see.
A word of caution. Even assuming the generator still functions, raising a barrier of such a scale will require a prodigious amount of energy. And few places are so bereft of suitable crystals as the burn.
A source of energy. Tell me, did the Allagans make a habit of launching things into the sky?
A curious question. Besides Az's Law, I know of only one other notable instance. The Red Moon Dalamud, whose fall triggered the calamity.
Just the 2 occasions, you say? Then I believe I may have a solution to our energy problem.
You do?
I may. To find out for sure, we would need to visit the Azim Steppe. Which would, I now see, present the perfect opportunity to discuss an alliance with the Zayla tribes. How very neat. What say you then? Shall we see whither this road leads?
Why not? Why not? This is where things go a little bit weird or hard to remember if you haven't played everything recently. So Az's Law was the big area, which is technically like if we go to Spires, right? Yep. So Az's Law is actually this here whole area. This here whole area was taken from the burn and created as a floating city, or a floating capital, or a floating fortress, or whatever you would call it. Because all this here is connected. Like, this here is a whole chunk of rock. And this here is the main fortress, prison, technically. That's big ass place compared to like the burn is. Well, we are. What is the burn? The burn has to be. Yeah, is it Orthrath? No. Yeah, it is. So the burn. This here's just a duty. And the burn actually starts like we see it over here. This here's just a small thing. So I don't know. It's hard to map wise. Let's see, can you actually see the burn from, if we go, like... So, this is Hingashi. So this here is the burn. Yeah. Here has to be the burn, right? Yeah. Check if we... Because the Gallians are... Yeah, that's here. So technically the burn is... So they are saying crow flies, so they are going to strike through here. This here area. Yeah, this here area is technically... what the chunk of that, which is from over here, which is this here small area. because that is Azzy's Law. That's that. If I recollect correctly, this here is Azzy's Law on the map. So yeah. It is settled then. I hope to journey to the Asim steps. With the signs Yagir and Hakuro, I'll leave our other neighbors to you. My apologies, but won't you be joining you? I am no atheologist. And what skills I do possess unlikely will be of any great use into them isn't, but more importantly, it seems to me that the ruins and the burn weren't attention. And so, while you're away securing the energy source, I will engage our friends in the Garland Ironworks to undertake a complete overhaul of the field generators. We'll need them to in good working order if our plan is to succeed. I trust that there is no objection. Care and the burn, because that's a nasty place. I've carried the steeps for what I hear. The Zela like fighting with friends almost as much as foes. Good luck. Just the three of us, then. Well, very well. We shall make the first of the reunion. Okay. Getting closer and closer to the midpoint of this here. It's actually a midpoint. There was actually like this here is actually it's shorter in content as in what you need to do, but is a lot there's a lot of like reading stuff. But this is Asium's step. The tales do not do it justice. If you think the view is impressive, wait until you reach higher ground. Actually, seeing it as your first visit, permit me to show my favorite spot. Kian and his Boy King. Oh, excuse me. I came home, not late, but I came home like after biking over to my sister yesterday, which is around 12 kilometers each way.
The endless fields, the boundless skies. 'Tis a sight to make a man forget his cares.
But not his purpose, I trust. Might this be a fitting moment to tell us what we are doing here?
What are we doing?
Of course. During my time with the mole, I learned some few myths of this land. One goes thus. In the distant past, when all seemed doomed, a wayfaring soul came unto the steppe. Venturing into the northern crag, he received of Nama a sliver of her essence, a shard of the shining moon, and with it clove the tainted land from the earth. The end thus averted, to these fields did the wayfaring soul return, and venturing once more into the northern crag, he buried the shard, and made unto the heavens an offering of blood.
A tainted land cloven from the earth and an offering of blood to the heavens. Azizla and Dalamud.
That was my thinking, yes.
And you believe that yonder mountains hide an artifact possessed of sufficient power to raise Azizla up to the heavens? I suppose that might suffice.
Worth a closer look, would you say?
I would.
Okay. From here, we shall travel to the Mole Ilith. We may, there we may ask Serena about the particulars of the myth, and raise the matter to the of an alliance with the ruler of the steppe. Of the steppe. The current ruler, because it switches. Or at least there's a contest every year. There is a contest. Serena. Yeah, and Sarah, I'm glad of your visit and the opportunity to welcome you to a new friend. How may we serve you? There's a matter I would like to discuss with the mole. It concerns not only the people of the steppe, but of every land in the Far East. A shard of the shining moon left behind by a wayfaring soul. And you need this to protect our land? I do. Our friend and I wish to send the shard of the assert and the ascertain the next and ascertain the extent of this power. Will you tell me more about the place where it lies buried? This northern crag. That is your wish, and in the mountain to the north, there is a cave called the House of the Crooked Coin. Inside the cavern are pillars of stone that the legend holds to be the source of the Namai power. There I believe you will find what you seek. Ah, yes, I know the place. This is a brisk walk from here. And what are your thoughts of the Alliance? Should the Empire return, our lands will be engulfed in a storm of conflict. Whenever we will it or not, or no. If we do not stand together, we shall fall apart. This I believe with all my heart. However, among the tribe of the steppe, there are those who revere the Namai above all else. To them, the pillars are sacred and not to be disturbed. To proceed as you propose, such tribes are likely to spurn an alliance, prompting others to follow their example. That is my concern. But it is by no means certain that the pillars will prove the power you seek. I risk the ire of the following of the Namai. Might you not first visit the House of the Crooked Coin? If all is as you hoped, this may then consider how best to earn their blessing. I thank you for your counsel. Will do as you suggest. I have no desire to give offense to those with whom I would join hands. Thank you for understanding. Though the mole may reign over the steppe today, the decision will shape the day to come, and I will not force others into war against their will. Are we? 100-fold stronger we are who choose to fight of their own accord. Talk to Ystola. We will do. It seems the time has come to put my skill to use. Pray lead the way to the house of the crooked coin. Let us be on our way. Go. I think this here is voice act.
Such an abundance of ether.
Are we in
Indeed.
luck?
We are. This is an elegant artifact, most likely built to regulate the flow of ether. I strongly suspect the ancients used it to stem the flow from here to the burn. That would explain how they were able to untether what became FFXIV from its surroundings. But were we to throw open the floodgates, the resultant deluge would surely be sufficient to raise our wall. And in restoring the flow, we may also restore life to the wasteland.
I'm thinking here just to understand what they're actually saying.
What is it?
While the device itself harbors a surfeit of ether, the opposite is true of the surrounding area. An effect of regulation, perhaps. A similar phenomenon seemed to be occurring in Doma. Whatever the explanation, the answer will not reveal itself here. We have seen what we needed to see. Let us return to Mol Ilo.
Okay, so she said this here device is stemming the flow of ether to the burn. And if I interpret that meaning correctly, this here is technically a error, not a barrel, but a dam that is regulating the ether flow to the burn, and hence they were able to remove the parts of the burn to create FFXIV by themselves. And what they're then wanting, or what the goal is now, is to actually remove the dam and let the full ether flow to the burn, so we have enough power to activate the generators to make the shield. But the thing she doesn't understand is there's only ether technically in this here artifact, and all around it, which is also part of Doma, happening in Doma, is dead. So there's no ether in the crystals, the earth, or everything around it, and that's what she's concerned about. But that is not a part of the. She thinks it's not a part of the problem what this device is causing. So it's not a correlation to this here. Interesting. Interesting. Let's see if this here actually works. Is this here working? Yeah, it is. Yeah. Just checking the audio of the stream, and so I'm fiddling about with things. Sorry about that. Just wanted to make sure that everybody who is watching the VOD or the stream is a happy camper. So I'm very paranoid because I've been having non-stop issue. I've been changing a lot of the setup, and I want to make sure that this here is the best experience that you can get, at least from me. Okay, so we're back. We're at Serena. We've been to checking that I didn't fuck my own audio up. Okay. You found what you found that which you seek then. Great indeed is the Dusk Mother's power. If not less will serve us to protect our lands, then blessings of the other tribes must now be sought. Of course, but to which tribe should we appeal? There are many who worship the Nama, but none of the fervent and the faith of the Thal. The consent shall be the key. The Thal least spoke of them. A warlike tribe possessed of unique customs and beliefs. I sense their cooperation will not be easily won. Nay, but it will worth the effort. The Thal fear nothing, death least of it all. Least of it all. And our alliance would be greatly strengthened by their presence. Let us go to Dothal Ka and treat with their Kathun Sada or Sadu. And this here is I remember this here. This here is a very, very interesting fight we're about to go into. Lot of stuff. So let us be off. I need to clean up my inventory. I will do that as soon as I've leveled up my... So what is the last thing we need? We need a leather worker. No, that's a weaver. And we need a leather worker, and we need a goldsmith. Those are the two I need to level up to 80 so I can actually repair my gear. And then I need to level everything up, so it's gonna take a while. I'm hoping that I can get that done maybe Tuesday. So yeah, when the reset happens this Tuesday, and then I can grind that up. Depending on how far we get into Shadowbringer. Because tomorrow I cannot stream because I have a prior engagement with a friend, which I need to double check that we're still on. Things could have happened. You again. All manners demand our time, Kargan. Unless it is a battle you seek. Alas, not quite the opposite, in fact. Explaining. Talking, always talking. You say the pillars hold great power. Of course they do. They are the source of my strength. To Dothal, no place is more sacred, and we will make ash of any who would defile it. Though I see this is not your wish. You see the wisdom in our proposal, then. You will join hands with us? No. I said nothing of joining hands. You wish to wield the Namai's power to defend the lands. This I will allow, but for leaving the step to fight the men in the iron, I will have something in return. Namely? Namely a battle with you, Gargan. Then I'm into the era it began. I would face you again alone, without distraction. Defeat me, prove yourself the stronger, you shall have the fall as your allies. Surely, these are agreeable terms. Oh, this is not wholly unexpected turn of events, though. I assume I would be the one required to fight. Alas, Cthulhu has made her choice. We shall dance. That's about to be at the step. Shall not be not soon forget. Already my soul burns spider. Prepare yourself, Kargan. And await me outside the car. I will gather my witnesses and join you soon. Yeah, let's go with very easy. I don't care. We're only here for the story.
Yes! This spot shall serve as well as any. I shall enjoy this harn.
Is this truly necessary? Have you no peaceable way of making decisions?
Speak not of peace. You stand before proud warriors of the Dathal. In the heat of battle do our souls burn brightest. We lay low the strong that we may rise higher. That is our way, the way of might. There is no other.
Oh, they do not want for conviction.
Indeed. It's what makes them such dangerous enemies, and such useful allies.
Enough talk! It is time to fight!
Okay. Let's get this over with. Actually, I should do this. Oh, I know you will fall easy because, like, I am a lot stronger than you are. You haven't hit me once. Oh no, I remember this.
In death do our souls sing!
What is it she puts on you? Moral spirit blazing. Aye. There we go.
Yes! Yes! Not since the Nardum has my soul burned so! Come! We have only just begun!
Enough! You were not granted leave to set the steppe ablaze.
Well, well, the sun has come out to play.
Be gone, Moonstruck Oranir! I am busy!
Fool of a Dothal! Have you forgotten the face of your master already? The sun will never set! From his seat on high, he reigns over all, now and forever. Yet what should he find here but a battle to determine the fate of the steppe? A battle waged without his blessing. This will not stand. You, Doman! You who come to petition the warriors of this land, forget that all Nama's children are wards of the Oranir. As first among my brothers, your petition is mine alone to judge.
These words are as wind from a horse's backside. Plentiful, but your axe sings more sweetly. Let her speak for you.
Insolent child, you will learn your place!
Forgive me, Brother Magni, but we have an arrangement with the Dothal. We will not abide any interruptions.
So be it. The sun will pass judgment on all. Didakul, join me.
Bunk and a warrior. A samurai and a white
Sun is
mage.
in good company. We may dance alone.
Beg not for mercy, for you will have none. Bear witness to the power and the glory of Azim!
Constantly at each other's throats like rabid dogs. Gods, I'm turning into her. I have not the patience for this, but if we must fight, let us at least be brief. Come.
Just gonna smash him. Oh, he wants me to focus on Magni. Okay.
Heal or die!
Oh yeah, I need to. Da, 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 da. Let's heal Hien again.
Concentrate. Bow down before me. Mark well and learn.
I'm just gonna kill him now. There we go. Fine. There we go. Hien we have here.
Or die. Bow down before me. Tremble before the sun.
Limit break.
Let us be about it.
And he then home gangs us. Which is time maneuver. And there we go. And she limit breaks.
To me. Have at you.
There we go.
Never have I felt such bliss in defeat. 'Twas a battle to burn soul and flesh to ash. We Dothal will lend you our strength as promised. Narma's power is yours to wield. What does the sun say to that?
The sun is not driven by base motives such as yours. But they have been judged and found worthy. It is the way of the Oranir to accord recognition and respect to the strong. You have made sufficient proof of your strength. The sun shall answer your call.
You have our thanks. We are glad to call you allies.
You? By what are you called?
Ishtola, why?
Are you my Nama?
I beg your pardon?
In battle, you shone with all the majesty of the full moon's light. Your healing touch, the embodiment of the Dusk Mother's love. Long had I wondered if my Nama might not be a woman of the steppe. Beholding you, I am all but certain. Now, look into my eyes. Could it be? Could you be?
I am. Not interested, little son. Try again when you've become a man.
Little?
Little son! Little son! Does it pain you, little son? Crave you salve to soothe the ache? Fire to sear the wound in your heart?
We have wasted enough time here. Siren awaits for word of our success.
They're just gonna keep fighting all day. You had to only to contend with Saru, but Magna too. Such a fierce battle must have that must have been. Yet here you stand, triumphant. Having passed such a test, could not well deny your dear ally. Could not deny their allegiance. The mole will make no such demands. Weak though we are, we will gladly stand with you. The steppe is our home, and we will defend it with all our being. Grab my heartfelt thanks. Of all the tribes of the steppe, there is none I would rather have at my side. God's will. May more will rally to our cause. I shall send a word when we have the answer from all our tribes. I cannot thank you enough, Serena. None of this would have been possible without you. We have the requested consent. Time to put the Nama's power to use. If the ether flows as planned, all that remains is to have the ironworks engineers to do their work at the ruins. Come, let us return to the house of the crooked coin. Now is to do the last part of it all. Man, flying is such a great thing. We shall begin at once. You may wish to step back. Pretty sure this here is... Voice acted. Nice. Almost 4? Yeah. They hydrated. Technically an ether regulator. I think.
Did it work?
It did. Ether may flow freely to the burn once more.
Yeah, it's a regulator. So it was like a plug or a dam that they put in to regulate the flow of how much ether that flows to the burn. Cool. You're starting to learn more and more about a whole thing. Okay. Let us talk to Hian and all that stuff. I do not present to understand what you did. You stole, but you did it. Thank you. And Sarah, of course. We have taken a momentous step towards the securing our defenses. Now, as much as I believe the rest is order, we should probably make haste back to the Enclave. Agreed. The others may already have returned for their mission. And I would know of things stand. As you wish. Without further ado, then. To the Enclave. Check. What was it I want? Click here and there and to the Enclave. Can't remember. There was probably one more fight after this here, so let me check. Yeah, that's the last fight, which we also can solo, so be a problem. What Ian is expecting you? Indeed, we have secured a suitable source of energy for the barrier. Good. Fettouhi and I have commissioned Garlean Ironworks to ensure that the field generators function as they should. A team of engineers stand ready to set out for the burn at the moment's notice. You'll need only to say the word. Thank you for engaging in their service on our behalf. The miniature of the arrangement you may leave to me. Which of leave to the small matter of our alliance go, Yagiri and Hakuro? How fares you with our neighbors? My lord, all of the factions have approved of the agreement with the Empire posed a threat, and many responded positively to the talk of an alliance. From Higashi to Hosato, however, which received an outright rejection. The former will not break the treaty of the Empire, and the latter will not involve itself in the conflict. Just as we suspected, then. Well, there is naught to be done about it. We must focus on the rest. To each of our nations that were amenable to our alliance, I have personally sent a missive. And once I've attended to that, I believe that we have done everything we can to formally to fortify Doma's defenses. For that time being, at least, all of which means I will leave for the meeting of El Amigo, the lighter heart. Yugiri Hakuru, I would be so kind as to hold the fort in my absence. Our friends, we could have not achieved so much in so little time without your help. For that, we give you our heartfelt thanks. Till the meeting, then. I took the liberty of asking Thancred to attend as well. He should arrive in the Almegan Quarter by now. Then let us not keep him waiting, shall we? Almegan Quarter. Well, teleport. Let me do one thing. I am in the mood for a drink, so I will be right back. And I'm back. Okie dokie. And cheers. Tasty. Okay. Let us move on. And talk to Thancred. Yustola has told me all. And I duly told Urianja and Kryle. Kryle in particular, she was concerned about Elfinode. But I assured her that everything that can be done is being done. She agreed to continue with her own task for the time being on the condition that I contact her at the moment that there is any development. So that leaves 4 of us to attend to the council. Our involved is here to assist with security, and incidentally though, the poor lad seems to, although too distracted of the task. Another one missing alpha node, I expect. But at almost time. As soon as you're ready, present yourself at the guardsmen and at the palace entrance. I shan't be far behind. Okay, let us go. The Science of a 7 Dawn. Welcome to Amigo. The Alliance leaders already arrived. You may show yourself to the meeting chambers. Upon proceeding to the Royal Palace, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended to set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Hence the drink.
Mistress Lys, Commander Aldin.
Ah,
It gives me
Nanamo.
great pleasure to formally welcome the city-state of Alamigo to the Eorzean Alliance.
The pleasure is ours, Your Grace. I know I speak for all Alamegans when I say that we are glad of this chance to stand with our comrades of the Alliance.
And we for our part are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Lord Hien of Dorma, at your service. Pray, accept my heartfelt thanks for your generous invitation.
Nay, 'tis we who must thank you for journeying so far. And 'twould be remiss of me not to acknowledge the part the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have played in bringing all of us together. In times of great unrest, you and yours have been our constant companions, without whom we would not be here.
Ah, Sir Emmerich.
With apologies to Lord Hien and Mistress Alize, it occurs to me that we have not gathered in this way since that fateful day in Uldar.
That's just cruel. To bring that up.
My arm and my freedom. As I lay in my cell, never did I dream that I would one day be given the chance to represent my homeland at this council. I would not even be alive had you not plucked me from the jaws of death. You, Yugiri, and Alfino. Would that the lad could be with us.
I too owe my presence here to Alfino, in so many ways. Until such time as he returns, I mean to carry on his good work as best I can.
Come, friends, let us leave the past in the past and turn our eyes to the future. My Lord Hien, pray, tell us how things stand in the east.
Having heard the rumors of dissent in Garlemald, I dared to dream of a peaceable solution.
That is correct. Nanamo is probably the best Lalafell out there. I would say Kryle probably tops her.
Will be hard pressed to stop them, even with the might of 6 nations. But while we lack the strength to fight the tide, a course may yet present itself, if we read the winds aright.
The winds
Happy holidays to
but one
you,
course to me.
too. Merry
One
Christmas.
which leads from the sea unto the river, and thence to the source of all our woes.
The Ascians.
Indeed. All here have felt their blighted touch. It was the bringers of chaos who nurtured the Archbishop's tyrannical ambitions. They who bestowed upon him the secrets of summoning, as they have so many others before and since. And while they remain, we shall know no peace.
Our objective is clear. The question is how to achieve it. That our enemy parades about in Xenos' skin poses problems in itself, but ere we get to them, how are we to infiltrate the Empire and get close enough to strike?
While I see the wisdom in targeting the Ascians, an assassination attempt on Garlean soil would do little to aid our cause, even were it to succeed. It's time we used our enemy's preferred tactic: subterfuge.
You have an idea? Speak your mind, Master Thancred. None here know the enemy better than the Scions, and you mayhap best of all. Whatever it is you propose, we will give it fair hearing. On that you have my word.
Very well, Admiral. My proposal is thus. we dispatch the shinobi to Imperial territory. There, they sow the rumor that the Crown Prince perished in the battle for Alamigo, and that the man parading around is in fact a corpse inhabited by a servant of darkness.
Well, it does have the ring of truth about it. And were the Garleans to learn that their future ruler is a puppet, the Empire would be shaken to the core.
But at the risk of sounding stupid, would they actually believe such an unlikely story? I didn't.
Ordinarily not. But prior to his miraculous recovery, rumors of Xenos' death had already begun to circulate around the Empire. Ultimately, however, what the masses believe is not our chief concern. Our true objective is to create an opening for rival factions within Garlemald to exploit.
Just as a war of succession erupted in the wake of Emperor Solus' death.
A war which raged until but recently, plunging the Imperial House into disarray as nephew and uncle grappled for the throne. It is no coincidence that one of Varus's first acts as Emperor was to name Xenos heir apparent, family feuds being so tiresome when armies are involved. Not all welcomed his choice of successor, however. There is no shortage of individuals who aspire to the throne, who would jump at any chance to seize power. The news that Xenos is not only dead, but a puppet to diabolical forces, would be too enticing to ignore.
The Empire would not be quick to recover from a second war of succession.
I am no stranger to infiltrating Imperial territory. With a team of operatives gathered from among the Alliance's finest, the plan should have a reasonable chance of success.
Dorma already has shinobi in place throughout the provinces. We stand ready to act, and act we must. What say you all?
I'm for Master Thancred's proposal. We shine a light upon the Ascian and test the Empire's unity. 'Twas his plot that scuttled Doma's negotiations, was it not? Why then, if we can eliminate him, there may yet be a chance for peace. Let us wage this war of subterfuge, that we may one day lay down our arms.
Negotiations
Gods
with
know we never
the
will
Garleans was a ruse, no matter what. There was never a plan to do a peaceful treaty with Doma from the Garlean side.
That way. Sorrow. History must be changed.
Who is that?
Ahead looms a calamity. Ahead looms light, expunging all form and life. Twin dooms only you can forestall. Only you.
What's the matter?
There's a voice.
Spies in our midst.
Nay, I sense no such presence.
Let expanse contract. Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Throw wide the gates. Indeed.
Is it over?
Master Thancred!
12 for Fend. Bear him to a private chamber. Have every healer make ready. Swiftly!
Rip indeed, rip indeed.
Master Thancred remains in slumber. Though his vital signs appear stable, he's unresponsive.
What could have done this? And why just him and not the others?
I'm afraid we could not identify the cause, my lady. Our examinations revealed no wounds, nor the presence of any poisonous substances.
Gods, that only makes it worse. You're to let us know the moment there's any change, all right?
Thank you for coming. Knowing Thancred, he would apologize for being otherwise engaged at so crucial a juncture.
In gifting us a course of action, Thancred sowed the seed of all that is to follow. We have but to nurture it as best we can. To him, I would say, rest easy, that he may wake to enjoy the fruits of our labors. Now, the matter of the mysterious voice must not be forgotten. Will you tell me exactly what happened?
Alize and I heard a voice in the moments before Thancred collapsed. It was accompanied by a severe headache, as if something were clutching at our minds. Did you experience the same thing?
So, in between the voice and the pain, you felt as if you were somewhere else entirely.
Eat. Big acid trip.
Your testimony confirms my suspicion. That which you experienced was, I believe, your soul being plucked from your flesh. Called.
Called?
I myself examined Thancred. Reach out as I may, I could not sense in him the spark of life that is his soul. That Thancred alone was stricken so is likely due to his heightened sensitivity to the effects of ether, a consequence of his prior possession by the Ascian Vahabrea. The owner of the voice, whoever it may be, reached out to you, called your souls, and in so doing, caused you and yours such pain.
But if that's true, where exactly are we being called to?
I know not. Yet one thing is plain. Whoever waits for you on the other side is possessed of a power unlike any I have ever known.
Forgive us, Lys, but may we leave Thancred in your care for a time?
As if you had to ask. I may not be a scion anymore, but I'm no less a friend. Don't worry. I'll see to it that Thancred's well looked after. Just focus on solving this mystery, all right?
Thank you, Lys. As the Elder Seedseer says, 'tis no ordinary individual we are dealing with. Nor can we discount the possibility of Ascian involvement.
Whoever or whatever is behind this, the sooner we find out, the better.
Okie, let's go. Just try to call Yandre on his link pill. He didn't respond, but I dare hope that he possesses some knowledge we do not. Yandre, something happened during the meeting and Thancred collapsed? This embodied voice suddenly started. What? Oh, that's... We should talk in person, alright? We'll meet you there. Oh, so Yanji, you heard the voice too. In Thanalan, As we alone affected at the meeting, I had my suspicions, but the voice also spoke to Yanji. There could be a little doubt. The signs were targeted especially. But whom and what end is the question. One which we must find an answer with all possible haste. Ryanja agreed us to meet at Rising Stone. If any of the others heard the voice, we will find soon enough. Good luck. We should go get back to the meeting at the LCC here, but if there's anything I can do, anything at all, you must let me know, alright? Promise me. Alright, let's be on our way.
Urianger! Gods, it's good to see you.
Would that our meeting were under happier circumstances. I judged the voice sufficient cause for concern even before you sent word of its effect on our comrade.
You heard it too, then?
Aye. And all but certainly at the selfsame instant. Alas, pained as I was, I could make little sense of what few words did then reach mine ears.
Who do you think is responsible? Could this be the Ascians doing?
Done a long time ago if there was.
That I cannot say. Not when so little is known. Ere I indulge in speculation, I would examine Thancred with mine own eyes.
To Alamigo, then, without further delay.
One other thing. During my visit to the Far East, I observed a strange phenomenon.
Thou referrest, I presume, to the localized reduction in etheric density.
Well, that spares me the trouble of an explanation. Yes, I noted precisely that at two apparently unconnected locations. I take it the phenomenon is not limited to the Far East.
Indeed not. Of late, our agents charged with surveilling the beast tribes have spoken of little else. In every corner of the realm, they tell of places in which the ether hath grown thin. Naturally, my suspicions first turned to primal activity, but the areas thus affected betray no evidence of summoning. I must confess to being quite perplexed.
If the same phenomenon is being observed in multiple locations on opposite sides of the world, we may safely discount regional factors. Needless to say, this warrants further investigation.
Indeed, I shall make it my task to.
Fight the gates.
It calleth to me once more.
I hear it too.
Only you. Only you.
Two at the same time.
Y'shtola, Urianger, open your eyes! Open your eyes, I beg you! Say something. Anything! Not again. Please, not again.
Forgive me. That was an unseemly display. It happened before your very eyes, my lady. None here would have behaved any different. We have borne the two of them to the private chambers, but tell me, is it true that Master Thancred languished in a like state in Alamico? I'm afraid so, though. Given the circumstances, it would seem best to observe them together. I will send a word for Lees that he should be brought here. Take heart, my lady. The world is full of scholars, knowledgeable folk of every persuasion. Someone out there is bound to know what ails our comrades and how it may be cured. Thus, we will ruse them no matter what. That we will, Hori. That we will. But first things first, our comrades will have questions, and may I ask you to explain the situation to them? Must attend to a private matter. Oh, I promised to visit someone Lim Settlements. I've been waiting at the Maelstrom's command for a while now. No, you should come along too. I'd be glad to see you. Perfect. I need to get rid of these things here anyways, so be done with it. I also need to activate something else, so we'll do that while we're here. We'll start with... Oh, it's unavailable in New Game Plus map. What about if I do this and suspend it? Then do this. And do this. Do that. And... oh. To resume. You probably guessed it's Gabu. Oh, we've come to see. The private here will bring him out to us. Ever since the Masterman took him in, I've visited as often as I can, and after what I felt to our friends, I was taken with the urge to visit again. It's difficult to explain.
Here he is, my lady.
Temporary.
Gaboo, it's been too long.
I'm afraid there's been no change. If he can see or hear us, he has given no sign.
I see. You're still fighting. I'm proud of you. We promised that we would come and visit you together, didn't we? Alphino and I. I'm sorry that we haven't managed that yet. You know, with the three of us like this, does it not remind you of that night? Of the stars beyond count twinkling in the heavens? I was feeling pretty low back then. Powerless. But I knew that my brother was close by if I needed him, and that the others would be waiting for me back at the Rising Stones. Not like now. I've seen my share of trouble since coming to Eorzea. Been reminded again and again of my limitations. Of how little I can change about this world. And I've come to know the sorrow of parting all too well. But to have the people I hold dear struck down before my eyes, and be powerless to help them, that I cannot bear.
You don't have to burden yourself with it.
No, I don't. You're right. It's pure arrogance to imagine I can solve everything by myself. You'd think I'd have learned that by now. Thank you. I don't know what I'd do without you. Well, that's more than enough brooding for one day. Come on. We have friends to save.
Okay. Let us return to the Rising Stone. I take it from here. Thanks again for being for agreeing to come. It means a lot to me. Back to the Rising Stone. I think we're at the halfway mark of this here expansion. As soon as this here expansion is done, or this here part of the expansion that we're replaying, we're gonna cut it off, and then we're gonna start up probably Tuesday with Shadowbringers, because this here is the end of Stormblood we're doing. I did some thinking on the way back. I think Hori's right. We need to seek out other help. Accordingly, I would turn to our own experts in such matters, but they are both among both the sick. I'll be bringing by the research out of the Myria guilds and research institution here in Eorzea. Additionally, grandfather Methulia had the wealth of connections between them, and I mean to explore those avenues all too. We'll find a way to save everyone, mark my words. Much and more has happened in the recent days, and some of it for the good, some not so. But all around me, people continue their fight. From the shinobi who search for Elfna and Alice, members who make ready to move against the Empire march on the face of the great adversary, being heavily burdened. Everyone is playing their part, and so must. You have my own. You have your own part to play, I know. And it's bigger than most, so I won't keep you. I promise you'll visit me another time. I promise I'll have good tidings to share with you by then. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace.
The Populares no longer present an obstacle. Now is the time to bring the Empire's might to bear.
He knows.
A word from your radiance is all it takes. But one word, and the Imperial army will fall upon Alamigo as a pack of bloodthirsty wolves and tear that feeble nation apart. Have you no words for me? Despite the lengths I go to, an emissary playing the part of a fool. When first I took this face, I swore to use all of my knowledge, all of my power, to further the cause of the Empire.
Which is, of course, we know who the emissary is. Because it's Elidibus.
And with this adamant flesh at my disposal, I could destroy the Icon Slayer as easily as one might swat a fly. Why do you hesitate? Our enemy is resourceful. Though victory is certain now, it will not remain so indefinitely. Deliberate if you must, but be quick about it. We'll speak again when you have unburdened yourself of doubt. Until then, I take my leave, Father.
I should be the one to sigh. I played my part to perfection. I had earned my rest, and then, thanks to La Habrea's crowning act of idiocy, our favorite emissary sees fit to summon me back. Elidibus was ever a warrior. A most tiresome trait, would you not agree? What? Have you no words for me either? No matter. I've long grown weary of this mummery. Now, my dearest grandson, let me remind you of your place in the simplest of terms. do not make judgments, you administer them. Swiftly and to the letter. Naught else is your concern.
Ah.
Elidibus may be an insufferable bore, but he is no fool. His choices as emissary seldom err.
This here is a very important cutscene.
If aught threatens the balance twixt light and dark, it falls to you to remove it. Be it by your own hands or by your armies, you have ample means at your disposal.
It's funny the guards are allowed there. Solus vos sos galvus.
Oh dear, have I touched a nerve? You always were an easy one to read. I pity you, I do. As they say, ignorance is bliss. And I know how much happier you would be not knowing the things you know. The founding father was an Ascian, and he created the Empire solely for the purpose of sowing the seeds of chaos. Don't take it personally. I merely do my duty. To bring about a calamity requires no small amount of power, and there is no surer way to obtain such power than by collecting powerful pawns. To that end, I have labored long and hard, and I must say I am quite pleased with my handiwork, paltry though it seems in comparison to allies.
The Ascians are a little bit like what the legends have is the Illuminati, which are technically the rumored people who behind the scenes control the world. Which is also a possible thing. So the same thing with the Ascians. That's why, like, Solus Los Galvus
Man is the master of his own destiny.
created Garlean or Golemwald to saw chaos.
Such a waste of time and energy, both yours and mine. Lest you forget you are Emperor now. If you wish to spout drivel about man's destiny, save it for the masses. It will serve to give them a sense of purpose, and you pliant pieces for the game. Oh, do stop sulking, boy. You of all people should understand. Ours is a struggle to restore both mankind and the world to their rightful state. Viewed thus, our goals are one and the same.
Well, one is the cause of a lot of people dying. Other villain interests. Meanwhile, the resistance encampment somewhere in the Empire. What are the words? I forgot them. Oh, plot thick. Dead, all dead. Did you see no wounds nor evidence of battle? Damn it. They finally used it. Gaius Van Belsaw. The Shadow Hunter, as they call him. The Empire developed an alchemic weapon in Girabania. A gas, Black Rose, it is called. And to breathe it is to breathe your last. Pretty much like mustard gas was invented back in World War II. And that did this. I thought the project abandoned, its vile fruit destroyed. But not elsewhere else could have brought such atrocity. Fools. But what do they hope to gain with this butchery? Can you not see that a rule won through terror will not endure? How many more provinces must they lose? Hey, wait. It's not the work of men, but monsters. The Asians. It cannot be a coincidence that their trail led us here. Their objectives was never to rule, but to sow strife and discord. Such a crime does indeed bear the mark of the bringer of chaos. Black Rose cannot be allowed to kill again. We must find the Asians and put an end to their plot.
I'm glad you've come, though I'm afraid there's little in the way of good news.
Oh, at this time there's not a lot of good news around.
We reached out to both the Alchemists Guild and Stillglade Fane and attempted all manner of treatments. But the results were always the same. Whatever the answer is, it's not alchemy or conjuring. Why did it have to be Y'shtola and Urianger and not me? Out of all of us, they are the ones who could feasibly have solved this puzzle. And Elfino's still missing. God, it's all going wrong. Where do we even start?
A grave situation indeed. Might I be of some assistance?
Trial.
Cryle! I did not think you well enough to travel.
When word reached me of the plight of our friends, I could not well stay away. As a fellow scion, not to mention your erstwhile mentor, this is one of those times you should feel free to call on me, regardless of my personal circumstances.
Yes, I should have thought of that. Thank you for coming, Cryle. We would welcome your insight.
and I should be happy to provide it. Now, what's this I hear about Alphino heading into Imperial territory? That boy always did have some funny ideas. Do you remember the speech he gave when he was accepted to the Studium?
My life's goal is naught less than the salvation of this star.
That particular grand pronouncement has been a source of great embarrassment to him, as you know. But the fact of the matter is, he meant every word and has lived his life accordingly.
Yes, he remains altruistic to a fault, but I'm worried he was too fixated on his goals to see the dangers, as has happened before.
Great ambitions.
You needn't be so concerned. Though his values remain the same, Alphino is not the blinkered boy he once was. Slowly but surely his eyes have been opened, thanks to a certain someone. A certain someone whom he'd be mortified to learn had heard about his little speech. Mum's the word, eh? Right, I'd better have a look at our patients. They're in the infirmary, I assume. I'll need absolute quiet, so it would be best if I did this alone. If you'll excuse me. All three are in fine physical health. At a glance, I would say they were merely sound asleep. Except for the fact that I couldn't sense the slightest trace of them in their bodies. It's as if their souls have taken leave of their physical forms.
Ah, yes.
Cecil said the same thing.
A similar observation.
Indeed, she
I've
did.
read the report. When you heard this mysterious voice, you described feeling as if you were somewhere else, yes? If we assume the ether which comprises your essence is being drawn to some other place, then it may be possible to follow the trail it leaves behind, just as we did in our search for Thancred.
I wasn't around for that, but I can't imagine it was easy.
Oh, it wasn't. But that's no reason not to try. I will have need of Master Matoya's crystal eye if I'm even to make the attempt. So I suggest we pay her a visit.
Off to her then. Ildenshire we go. Okay. And from there we go to her. There's no etherite in the Dravanian hinterlands. Well, it makes sense technically. There was no residence here. The funny thing is, this here is actually Charlian beforehand. It was abandoned. And it looks like the Etherites were probably dismantle or something. I actually never got a proper answer why. I heard Master Matoya was something of a recluse, but this seems extreme. Still, I'll happily overlook the eccentrics if she agrees to help us. Oh, boy, you're in for a treat. Alze, you're in for a treat.
Come to disturb my peace again, have you? I hide myself away in a cave, and still you people insist on pestering me with your problems. Oh, I mistook you for young what's-his-name, but I see now you're the sister. Weren't you supposed to be the lively one? I've seen happier faces at a rain-sodden burial.
Well, I'm sorry to dash your expectations, but the situation isn't exactly conducive to gaiety.
Ha! That's more like it. Stoller used to spit and hiss like a wildcat too. Better for a young thing like you to be filled with fire and leave the doom and gloom to your elders. Now, what exactly does this tragic situation of yours have to do with me?
If I may, Master Matoya, we have need of your crystal eye once more.
And Stoller is one of the afflicted, is she? Very well. She may be an ungrateful stray, but she's my ungrateful stray, and I'll not see her buried before I am.
Right. Let us see what we can see. I'll begin from where our friends first fell, and cast my senses out from there.
What is it? Did you find them?
This doesn't make sense. How is it even possible?
How is what possible? Kryl, what did you see?
The threads, they just ended. And no, I didn't lose track of them. I followed them as far as they went. It's as if they were cut off.
Could the ether have dissipated if it had? Oh gods! Their bodies are just husks. It's like the broodmother's daughter all over again.
No, this is different. The Kalyana girl was already dead, body and soul, when Lakshmi effected her resurrection.
Aye, let's not jump to conclusions. If their physical forms yet breathe and show no signs of wasting, then it follows that their souls must still be intact somewhere.
But where?
That's the question, isn't it, girl? Death has not taken them to the ethereal sea, yet there are no tracks left for us to follow.
We're no closer to an answer than when we started. But knowing their souls are still out there is progress of a sort.
Yeah, but if you can't find them in this here realm, that's a little bit of an issue.
Excuse me a moment. Yes? I remember, but... What, to Alamigo? We're on our way. That was Lee's. Apparently, a group of Populares have defected to Alamigo, and Maxima, the envoy Alphino left with, is one of them. I'm sorry. I realize we've barely begun here, but...
Go, child, go! You've made up your mind, and life's too short for dithering.
I'll do some digging in the meantime and see if there isn't some other method we could use to continue the search.
Let's be off then.
Oh, not again. The enchantment barely seems to take these days. I chalk it up to old age, but I rather doubt it's that simple.
Before they took ill, Y'shtola and Urianger were sharing notes on a thinning of the ether. It seems to be happening all over.
Does it now? And here I was, all set to blame my woes on that creaking mountain of refuse clogging up the Thaliac. I fear something has gone awry. Still, there's naught to be gained from starting in shadows. You can only do what can be done, and that but one thing at a time.
Indeed. That was the woman who tamed Y'shtola. I had the distinct feeling of being grabbed by the scruffle at her neck of having the nonsense shaken out of me. Well, Alphino's back. I'd like to visit again and ask her to tell what tale she has of grandfather. I almost can't bear to hear what Maxima has to tell us. But it can't be bad news, can it? At least I would have said, unless... There's no point in speculating. Lisa said to notify the guards of her coming, so we will head to the palace gate Meekin Quarter. I'll be praying for good news, learn what we can of Alphino's plight, and leave the search for our friends' lost souls to me. Bye, Kryl. Move on, Alize. Meekin Quarter, here we come. Let's quickly talk to the Bookkeep because I can't stand seeing that stupid icon. Greetings, Science. The commander told me to expect you. Shall I show you in? Yes, please.
I'm sorry to drag you halfway across the realm, but when Maxima mentioned Alphino, I thought you'd want to hear the news in person.
Ah, we meet again. Though I was hoping our reunion would be under more auspicious circumstances.
What happened to my brother? Where is Alphino?
Never fear, my lady. Your brother was in fine health when I took my leave of him, and I have no reason to assume that has changed.
You assume?
If you will allow me, I shall endeavor to explain events. Our troubles began not long after we departed Doma. While crossing the burn, we were fired upon by the Emperor's personal guard and forced to make an emergency landing. As we stumbled from the wreckage, our attackers fell upon us again, and we would have perished there and then were it not for the intercession of a third party, a band of mercenaries whose leader claimed to pursue a vendetta against the Ascians. This Shadow Hunter, as he styled himself, then escorted us out of the wastes to relative safety. Upon arriving back in civilization, I gathered my Populares colleagues and prepared to flee the Empire. Master Alphino, however, declined the invitation to join us, preferring to continue his investigation into the Ascian threat.
Well, at least he's not lying in a heap in the burn. Tell us more about these Ascian hunters. Who are they? And is Alphino still with them?
He is. As to who they are, I'm afraid I have nothing to tell you. Beyond the fact that they root out and destroy Ascians, they were unwilling to divulge anything which might serve to identify them. They would not even reveal their next destination. But Master Alphino asked to accompany them all the same. Since parting company with your brother, we've been engaged in a game of cat and mouse with the Emperor's guard. We made our way through province after province, finding the army busy restoring order wherever we went, until we finally arrived here in Alamigo. I cannot thank Commander Aldin enough for giving us such an unexpectedly warm welcome.
I'm not inclined to turn away refugees, no matter which land they call home. And if they can tell me how things lie in Garlemald, all the better.
On that subject, there is
Quid
much
pro
I will tell
quo.
you. During the course of our journey, we heard tales that an entire rebel army had been slaughtered in the space of a single night. It would seem my former comrades grew tired of putting down uprisings in the conventional manner, and chose instead to bring a formidable new weapon to bear. Details were sparse, but the rumor alone was enough to dampen the flames of rebellion. I have also heard reports that several companies have withdrawn from their designated provinces and begun marching westward. It is my assessment that the Empire's forces are mobilizing for a large-scale military engagement.
Awesome.
Westward? You mean they're getting ready to invade Alamigo?
We knew this was coming, but not that it would be so soon.
We've barely even begun to shore up our defenses. They won't stop an invading army.
No, they won't. Dispatch messengers to the Alliance leadership requesting reinforcements, and send word to our officers in the field to hasten completion of those border fortifications. Prepare to meet the Imperials head on! No matter how quickly we act, we still want for time. When the enemy comes into view, our best recourse will be to open negotiations with their commander, and see that the ensuing proceedings take as long as possible.
Would you and Alize head to Doma and let Lord Hien know about this? I'm sure he'll want to hear about Alphino too.
Consider it done. We'll send word when...
Untold sorrow must be changed.
Throw wide the gate.
Looms a calamity. Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates.
You heard it too. Well, at least we're both still standing.
Oh, thank the gods. I thought we'd lost you for a moment there. Why does this keep happening?
I wish I knew. Nothing we've tried has brought us any closer to an answer. We'll keep working on it. But first, we need to go and see Lord Hien.
So I have another safe for the present. Not least. Now we need to not to worry about the full-scale Imperial invasion. Actually, I'm glad at least that tasked us with a visiting of Lord Hien. Better be dashing from place to place and sitting around just stewing it over the things that you can't change to the Enclave. You have tidings for Lord Hien? Yes, I have. Shit. The Cochin and the Confederacy have you already know, and it is our own strength of army that won us the corporate of the steep tribes. We've also joined by our neighbors from the Nazak, the Naxia, and in middle citizens of Dalmasca. Though the scattered nature of the latter resistance will some delay their official instruction. These proud people have united under a single purpose to stand against the tyranny of the Garlean Empire. I'm glad to see that your alliance has come together so swiftly, and as things stand, I fear we shall soon have need of their strength. I thank you for bringing me news of Elfinode. His fate is never far from my thoughts, and not only because he's an emissary. As for this sudden development in the Imperial Force, I agree that Almigo would be wise to shore up their borders with all haste. Every report we've received from the Shinobi indicates that a master troop is being the Western Province. It seems all but certain that the Empire is posing to bring its fist down upon Eorzea. And I would help deflect that blow, but I cannot risk sending reinforcement just yet. The remaining invulnerable airborne assault until our wall and the burns are in place. The all-important elegant and energy barrier. The energy barrier, yes. I thought to call something more auspicious. And the name dawning of the four lords of the legend, perhaps Senior Aegeus, or something such. Well, just as though. Ironworks engineers report to have finished calibrating the generators and are ready to proceed with to testing stage. Have you time to attend the first test? You've seen the field which project the Aziz's law firsthand. It would be interesting to hear how you think ours compares. I'll come too if you don't mind, though. I know you're still, I may be able to offer you some insight. Of course, time being of the essence, it would be best if you made directly to the burn. You leave you and her are cool to bring the war council to a close. Understood. Your mounts are saddled and ready, my lord. Where the storm? Ian is eager to see the barrier of aim. We will cross the burn by Yule and Falcon. As before, join me at the overlook near the House of the Fierce. Okay. Give him the word. Give the word and you're ready to wing. Yes, to the burn.
It seems the engineers have matters well in hand.
Indeed.
Should the barrier work as we intend, Doma will be free to reinforce her allies in Alamigo without fear of weakening her own borders. Honored friends, the time has come to put your hard work to the test. Start the generator.
Node 1 is operational. Nodes 2 to 8 are reporting similar energy levels. The barrier is forming. Yards, 2,000, 3,000. Expansion remains smooth. No fluctuations detected.
It's slow to generate.
5,000. Target altitude reached. The barrier is holding steady at 5,000 yards. We've done it.
Is that an Imperial airship? Of all the rotten timing.
But this is a gift, Mistress Alize. They can test our new wall for us. Seems solid enough, though I was hoping for a fireball.
itself a no. What are you? Let me go! He has my brother!
Lower the barrier!
Be at ease, girl. The lad is not dead, merely locked in slumber.
Not him too.
We could identify no cause and found no remedy. Thus I sought to return him to Doma, and into the arms of Lord Hien himself, it would seem. It is a day for fated reunions. Would you not agree, adventurer? Or should I address you as the Warrior of Light?
Gaius van Belsar.
Aye, Gaius van Belsar, the Black Wolf. That was the title I was given, one I have long since relinquished. Stand down. The legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion died in Castrum Meridianum. I am no more than Gaius Belsar, a man without rank or allegiance.
Impossible. There's no way you could have survived.
Do you remember how it unfolded? How I was deceived by La Habrea? How I was convinced that reviving the Ultima weapon would allow me to bring peace to Eorzea? The Ascian used me, as he used so many others, all to further the restoration of his wretched god. Yet even with the might of Alec at my command, you bested me. And as the Praetorium went up in flames, I was content to burn along with it.
Ah, the Praetorium.
A moment of folly. To surrender my life thus would have been to betray all who died for my cause. It was for them that I dragged myself free of the rubble, and swore vengeance on the Ascians. The Black Wolf has shed his pelt, never to return to Garlemald or her legions. I live now only to exact revenge. My principal quarry was to be La Habrea, whom I gather you have since ushered onto oblivion. But so many more remain. Long as their kind lurked in the shadows, laboring to sow chaos throughout our world, I would see each and every one dragged into the light and put to the sword. Are the Scions not of like mind?
In this single respect, perhaps.
Then I shall continue the partnership the boy began, and share what intelligence I have acquired. Among the Ascians, the Black-Masked Ilk are subordinate to those who wear red. This you already know. Yet among the Red there exists a hierarchy. Those set adrift with the shards clearly stand below those still joined to the source. Nabriales, who once dared to intrude upon the Rising Stones, belonged to the former group, and while he was indeed a dangerous foe, his powers were inconsequential next to the paragons of the source. The first was La Habrea, who plagues us no more. There is also the white-robed Elidibus. and the elusive Emmett Selk, about whom little is known.
We have files on La Habrea and Elidibus, but I believe this Emmett Selk is new to us?
Indeed.
As I assume my brother told you, we have evidence to suggest that an Ascian now walks in the body of the Crown Prince. Have you identified this interloper?
Elidibus seems the most likely culprit. As emissary, it is his role to maintain the equilibrium between darkness and light. Your many deeds in Hydaelyn's name have upset the balance, and I believe he seeks to restore it by throwing his considerable power behind the Empire. As a leader of the Ascians, he is one of our primary targets. It was on the trail of this very prey that the boy and I came across the scene of a failed uprising. In the absence of a single Garlean casualty, we inspected the bodies of the rebels, and the lack of any external injury drew my immediate attention. They had been slain by Black Rose, an alchemical invention of the Imperial Army. When I yet served as legatus, I ordered its production halted, and all stockpiles destroyed. Toxic gas is not a tool of conquest, but of extermination.
Indeed.
Toxic gas? This must be the new weapon Maxima warned us about. Something deadly enough to sweep away all resistance in a matter of hours. Gods. You don't think they're planning to use this in Alamigo, do you?
Put your fears to rest. We infiltrated the production facility and destroyed all existing stores of the chemical along with the plant itself. Even should they rebuild the operation, they will not soon manufacture another batch. Regardless, I would draw your attention to a directive we discovered in the plant's records. The document was marked with a recent date and authorized with the signature of one Zeno Galvus.
Enos.
A dead man signing the death warrant for thousands. 'Tis bad comedy.
But the tale does not end there. Within that same facility was a chamber filled with devices of elegant design. Cloning technology, we realized. And what should we find in each and every incubator? But a young Emperor Solus. All of which prompts the question, were the Ascians responsible for these abominations, or was it the will of the Emperor? I must know which hand guides the Empire. Though I have given up my rank, I am yet a son of Garlemald, and I will fight for the future of my homeland. It is time I return to the hunting of shadows. We should focus on our common foe. To reopen old quarrels now would serve no purpose.
You saved my brother's life, so I'm willing to let sleeping dogs lie. But in truth, it's not my decision to make.
Yeah, we have more important things to check. Consideration of all this.
There was a time when I scorned those who placed their faith in false gods. Even as I, in my blinkered conviction, place mine in Ascian promises. Unlike yours, my strength of will and my restraint was found wanting. We shall meet again, warrior of light.
So that was the infamous Black Wolf. An unexpected ally, to say the least.
True.
Well, content to leave the fine-tuning of the barrier to cleverer minds. Let us bid our friends from the Ironworks farewell, and see what can be done for Alphino back in Dorma.
Probably know what. You already know that. For now. I think Kryle's our best bet. As always. Alpha safely escorted to the private in a private setting. The finest healers are examining as we speak. I've spoken to the physician. The physician, sorry. I don't know why my brain's scattered. I've spoken to the physician and there is no obvious signs of illness or Alpha is lost in sleep which just cannot be awoken, just like the others. It seems that even in the lands of the Empire is not far enough away to escape the cursed voice. I share your frustration, Alice. I do, but the Alpha Node is in return. To us alive and otherwise unharmed, and that remains is to find the means to wake him. Until then, you can but fulfill your duties as a scion, yours and your brothers both. You're right, of course. The arrangement is to be made on a little time to make them. Business then, my lord. Now that you know that Shinru's wall works as intended, we expect your reinforcements to El Amigo. And most certainly can, as promised. We will send our troops to bolster their allies and the Orsian alliance delay. Pray be aware, however, that it will not arrive without delay, save for some few bolster teleportation matches. The bulk of our forces must be transported by sea, and the lengthy voyages, for which small vessels favored by the Confederacy are all ill-equipped. Accordingly to enlist the assistance of the Eastern Outland Trading Company, and I find my suitable ships, and I navigating the distance in question. We are in a happy position of being able to call upon those plotted, of course, of our people, exodus to Eorzea. Beyond the procurement of ships, I think it is unlikely these Aldenard friends consent to any involvement of the military operations, but I am certain they will afford Alphenode a berth aboard one of their vessels. I still have to Kyrujan accompany him. Every elm on the way to Rising Stone. You have my thanks, Lord Ian. Yurgiri, I will go ahead with our friends to Amigo and list all those capable of teleportation and put them to the disposal of the Eorzean Alliance as soon as possible. They will they'll form the vanguard. Yes, my lord. This is exactly what I was hoping for. Elise and the Alliance leaders will be glad to indeed welcome the combination of strength of the East. Meanwhile, at the Black Rose Chemical Plant.
Our supplies of Black Rose have been ruined, but the new plant is already under construction. We should have the first batch ready in time for the offensive, Your Radiance.
See that you do.
Ah, yes, the infamous Black Rose. If I recall correctly, Gaius did not much care for the invention. A ruthless and indiscriminate weapon indeed, this airborne poison. It seems you are capable of making decisions worthy of your bloodline.
Perhaps.
With no gift for sorcery, we Garleans must look to Magitech to even the odds.
If it spares the needless deaths of our soldiers and serves the cause of this empire, there is no method I would not employ.
How very noble of you. Truly, though, I must commend you for embracing your role as Emperor. You play the part of the determined ruler well. Sometimes even I catch myself believing.
Sex gonna fix the. In game again. Ah, it's still delayed as fuck. Okay. Well, let us do this then. And there we go. Sorry about that. A minor bug that should fix it. Let's keep on going.
A silent agent of death. Now that I think on it, Black Rose may well possess the perfect aspect. Slowly but surely, the deluge of light has worked upon the ether here in the source, and the gas should be most susceptible to its influence. Well, I shall leave you to your own devices. Go forth and bloody the land with your grand and glorious war.
Solus.
While you do what, precisely?
Need you ask? I will be doing what all Asians do.
I am well aware that your kind exists only to usher in the next calamity. But you seem oblivious to the harm your singular agenda causes to the Empire. You cannot have forgotten the events which followed your mortal demise. Our homeland was plunged into civil war for your failure to name a successor. The edifice you so carefully constructed was but a hair's breadth from collapse.
Are you truly so naive? You thought me oblivious to the consequences of a departure so painstakingly timed?
It was by design?
Indeed.
Well, of course it was. Though I will admit the resulting panic exceeded even my wildest expectations. But how can you be surprised? Throwing the world into disarray was the very purpose for which this nation was, as you say, so carefully constructed. Now, if you have no further questions, I must be on my way. Since we may not meet again in this lifetime, it would be remiss of me not to offer a word or two of gratitude. I really must thank you for this surplus of vessels. I can mold any host into my own image, but having bodies tailor-made for me in this fashion is so much less tiresome. You dabbled in Allagan cloning techniques, yes? It certainly is a compelling, not to mention entertaining, field of research. And of all the options available, you chose the founding father on whom to experiment. You have a twisted streak to you, Varus, like grandsire, like grandson, hey? events play out as planned, this will become something of a family enterprise. You will be the capstone of this world, I the anchor and shard, and together we will give the lie to this star's fraudulent existence.
He is such a great villain. Ian. We must leave now to convene with the Eurasian leaders, and it may be some time before the return to Doma. Uruku will leave you in command. My lord? Shall assemble the advance party with haste and join you in Alamigo forthwith. We just received word from these. The Alliance have established a base camp at Alamigo northeastern border. Once we arrive in the locks, we'll report to the resistance officer in the station at the port of Pretoria, who will point us to the high direction. Let us not keep them waiting. We're at the end soon. I'm guessing in half an hour or so I'm going to be there. Ah, you must be the siren party that told you our force. If you have phoned me, I'll take you directly to the Alliance headquarters.
Welcome back, you two. Greetings, Lord here. Glad you could join us.
Glad to be here. I would have come sooner, where our own defense is not in question, but I am pleased to report that our soldiers are assembling for deployment to Alamigo as we speak.
We're grateful for your support. Thanks to the efforts of our allies, it won't be long before we've established defensive positions on this front as well.
We have some good news too. Alphino has come back to us. As for the bad news,
so Alphino won't wake up. Gaius van Baelsar is alive and hunting Asians, and the Empire is planning to poison us all with toxic gas. Does that sound about right? Ordinarily, one of those things would have left me in shock. But the way things have been lately, it's all starting to seem pretty normal. Getting back to your report, are we sure this Black Rose is the weapon Maxima was talking about?
It fits the description. And it seems we have Alphino to thank for sparing us an early demonstration of its effectiveness. I have a feeling this won't be the last time his bravery in the Empire will serve us here in Eorzea. The threat of an unknown weapon has had us all on edge. But now that we know what we're dealing with, we can take steps to defend against it. As for Gaius, I'm not sure what to think. Am I happy he's alive? Not in the slightest. Am I happy he's hunting Asians? Aye, I'd have to say I am.
Asians than hunting us.
You didn't expect to see. We have a tale of our own, as it happens. When we sent envoys to the Imperial Army to request talks, they returned with the message that Barissos Galvus would be attending.
The Emperor himself. Well, Varus did sanction the Popularis peace mission. But knowing that an Ascian walks in his son's skin, I do not see how we can trust him or anyone from that nest of vipers.
The Alliance would proceed with negotiations regardless, if only to give ourselves more time to prepare. We do, however, require your cooperation.
Right. Yes. So, as a condition for the talks to go forward, the Empire has requested that a member of the Scions be present. There'll be a representative from each Alliance nation, of course, but I'm afraid we have to ask that you come along too.
Gods, Lise, you know how much I hate politics. But then, what choice do I have? Alphino and the others aren't going to do it. Very well. I shall attend as the Scion's representative.
In case you're wondering why I didn't ask you, the Empire also requested the presence of Eorzea's champion.
Peter.
That's settled then. We don't know what Varus means to bring to the table, or why he wants you there, but having you close at hand will make all the difference.
The meeting will take place on the border. Anticipating an early assault, we mean to position the bulk of our forces nearby.
The Alliance leaders should already be on their way. Once you're ready, we can head out and join them.
Okay. Do it. Well, I suppose if it wouldn't be, it would be polite. Wouldn't be polite. Don't suppose it's polite to keep the Emperor waiting too long, shall we?
Esteemed representatives of the Eorzean Alliance. On behalf of the Garlean Empire, I thank you for inviting me here today. As this parley was convened at your request, I invite you to speak first.
Very well, Your Radiance. I, Nanimo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, should be pleased to oblige you. As recent events in Alamigo and Doma have made plain, the subjugation and exploitation of neighboring nations is not a sustainable policy. Should this day end in war, you may very well defeat us, but you will never extinguish the people's desire for freedom. Though it may not be in our lifetime, there will be another revolution, another war, and the cycle will continue. Doma has entered into a concord with the nations of Eorzea, a partnership wherein we recognize one another as equals. Garlemald could be afforded similar treatment. You need only set aside your ambitions and join us in paving a path towards peace.
cannot win me over with sophistry, Your Grace. As you know only too well, this alliance lacks the strength to keep the peace within its own borders. Even now, your struggles with the Beastmen continue unabated. Divided, you sow this fertile soil with the seeds of your differences and reap naught but discord and chaos for your trouble. Eorzea must be united under one leader, one purpose. I would offer you both and bring an end to the strife.
With all due respect, Your Radiance, the only thing that you offered the people of Alamigo was fear and hopelessness.
The citizens of Dorma can also attest to the meager arms of Imperial rule. There is no purpose to be found in a life of oppression, each day more uncertain than the last.
Our people are willing to die for their freedom. A great many already have, and countless more will, if we don't put an end to this madness here and now.
We brought order and stability to your lives. This madness and bloodshed is of your own making. You broke the peace, not Garlemald.
Peace. Order. You kill our peoples, despoil our lands, take everything that is ours. And what? You expect us to lick the boot that grinds our faces into the dirt?
I expect you to weigh the costs. To recognize that countless lives have been lost on both sides in pursuit of a greater good, and to not squander all we have achieved in a fit of petulance.
Your Radiance. I fear I can personally attest to the dangers of pursuing one's vision with such righteous fervor. For 1,000 years, the Holy See of Ishgard waged war with dragons. A 1,000 years of sacrifice, of sorrow and hate, in which we bathed in the blood of friend and foe alike. Had it gone on any longer, we may well have drowned. Yet we have chosen to raise ourselves out of this bloody spiral, and have since made peace with our former enemy.
So I understand. No doubt the dragons were more receptive to your overtures in the wake of their leader's demise. You speak of peace, yet use war to achieve it. Your father would not have bothered to obscure his intent with honeyed words. He understood that strength is all that matters in the end. Without his clarity of vision, I can but wonder what will become of Ishgard and her people. There was a time when Garlemald too lacked a leader of conviction. Weak and unable to wield magic, we were at the mercy of the strong from whom we sought refuge in the bitter cold of the north. Were it not for the discovery of ceruleum and the subsequent development of Magitech, we might never have gained the power to take back that which was rightfully ours.
You speak as if your people were the first to have been driven from their homes. Limsa Lominsa was built by wayward souls in search of a place to call their own. On the shores of Vilbrand we found it, and from those humble beginnings did we grow and flourish. And all without robbing our neighbors of their liberty.
So saith the pirate. Am I to believe that you simply asked the kobolds to yield up their lands and that they were happy to oblige you? That you did not drive them out like rats in the hold of one of the many ships seized by your privateers? I will concede that after centuries of exile, reclamation may be mistaken for invasion. Nevertheless, it is not. And those who till stolen soil have no right to object when cast out in turn.
Your uncompromising nature rivals that of the Ixal. They too lament circumstances which they themselves perpetuate. Were they but to embrace peace, we would welcome them with open arms. Indeed, some few have done just that, and now receive of the 12's Woods bounty. Would that your people might learn from their example.
You dare compare us to the Birdmen? You who thought to invoke the 12 and threaten all of creation?
I came here in the hope of finding some speck of common ground, but I see now these discussions will accomplish nothing. Despite what you people may believe, I am not wont to choose the sword over the olive branch. 'Tis but a pity men are loath to accept one without first being shown the other.
Wait, I beg you. This meeting was supposed to be a chance to find a way forward together, not to bemoan the missteps which brought us here. Please. If you truly consider violence a last resort, there must be a way we can come to an agreement.
As Mistress Alize says, we did not come here to bicker over the past, but to discuss how we might strive towards a brighter future. Emperor Varys, may I suggest a short recess, that all present might compose themselves prior to beginning anew?
Very well. I pray this intermission will suffice to move these talks in a more constructive direction.
Oh. And that armor must be fucking heavy. Okay, let's talk to this thing. Q! This is not really my forte after his Radiant's little performance. It was all I could do to not to swear at him. I always don't know what how I ended up in playing the mediator. I just asked myself what Alpha Node would have done. Tried my best to do the same, and by some miracle it worked. But there's really no common ground to be found here with that man, nor do I think he'll look for any. The question becomes, what did he come here to do? Because you may be certain that it wasn't for peace. Whatever it is, I can't make it out, nor not yet at least. We'll have to do a little time before parlay due to convene. Though, so not to try to consulting the illustrators leaders, mayhaps you will find some insight to share. I will say one thing for this Vods. He is well versed in the Eorzean history and attentive to the affairs of the beast in its prey, and a conqueror would know his enemy. All should know their enemy, yet there's so much know of the Empire. Then it's up to us to change that. I would have to ask the Emperor himself. Well, perhaps there is a little bit of wisdom in that. The scripts to storm to the departure may yet come over the answer, even though it doesn't mean sailing close to the wind. So I don't want to leave to locks, goddammit. Well, have mercy, but for Lady Allen's rejection, I might as well have come to blows with the negotiation table. Not that the Emperor of ours left us a great many options and to surrender all he will accept. Do you think? He arrived. I have said yes, but I've heard him speak. I cannot help but think he came here for the other end of his mind. Exactly, he's building up to something. No, I know it. Then we should approach the rest of the parley. Have you anything to say, warrior? Him. I believe it's a more a pit to reveal the truth if you put him at ease. Perhaps you're right. Thank you, sir. Just ask him directly instead of pussyfooting around things. The parley was never like to bring peace, but I had hoped to learn something from the Emperor about his relationship with the Asians. I had, as have we all, yet if he is in league with them, there is no volunteering the factor, and if he is not such a weaker in a position him their presence, if we are to broach that particular subject, we'll need to be solid with that. If I knew more of the man, if I would indulge me, Lord Heal. You received the Imperial education, did you not? It is true that the Emperor consisted of the absolute. There is no higher authority in Galabad, nor in the heavens. Come to that the narration of the gods is forbidden. The only version permitted to being is its radiance in its person. Sounds suspiciously like religion itself. Share a disdain for such hypocrisy. Even though the general idea of the faith would reserve the leader in the favor of the reserved to the divine, and this is flaw is common in such doctrine, they felt as illogical to service perhaps and contrary to closer examination. I wonder if the discussion of the vows, the decrepitance, might prompt vows to reveal something. We've spoken with everyone, then good. Now we can remain on the way and pleasure of the Emperor. And I hope to be far better than the second attempt.
Now then, who would have the floor?
Before we resume, I wish to offer you an apology. After you graciously accepted our invitation to discuss an armistice, we have done naught but rebuke you at every opportunity. I believe I speak for all of us when I say we are deeply sorry for our discourtesy.
I'll admit your familiarity with our affairs surprised me, and served to remind me how little I know of yours.
I think all here can understand the desire to reclaim one's homeland. But why expand further? That is my question.
If I may, the answer can be found in the Imperial doctrine they took great pains to impart to my people. Recognizing the threat icons posed to the world, Solus Zos Galvus decreed that they were to be eradicated. To this end, he began a campaign to unite all lands under the Garlean banner. Or so we were taught. Yet the Emperor only reached the burn, the Baron said to have been laid waste by icons, after conquering all the lands that lay between. What is more, I am quite certain the practice of summoning was not nearly so widespread in the days before the Empire's founding.
When you put it like that, it all starts to sound like an excuse, doesn't it? But to distract from what? Why are you really waging this war?
Finally, you ask the right question. I can but hope you heed mine answer and at last accept the righteousness of our cause. My goal is this: to return the world to the way it once was, the way it was always meant to be. In doing so, mankind will be made whole once more. No longer will we suffer from the dissension born of our differences. There will be but one race, a perfect race, as we were when time began.
Yep.
What in Rorga's name are you talking about?
That is the thing. When before the source and all that, when everything returned to the source and before the source was split up, there was no other races.
Instant of the great sundering, 'twas not only the world that was shattered, but mankind itself. Thus were we divided into myriad races, each with its own unique imperfections. That is why man looks upon his neighbor and feels fear and hatred, why he wages war, why he kills his brother. You all in your own way have proven as much today. The peace you seek is but a fleeting solution to a fundamental problem. One which calls for more drastic measures. To bring about everlasting peace, our worlds must be rejoined. That is the goal the Empire would see realized. The glorious future unto which we shall one day shepherd mankind.
A rejoining of worlds.
I have heard this tale of the Source and its reflections before.
Are these not the self-same desires as the Ascians?
Emperor Varys, do not trust in their words. They will lead you to your doom. My father thought to use them, but in the end he succumbed to their temptations. He embraced summoning like so many other pawns before him. Do not tell us you mean to do the same.
To be a pawn, free from the burden of choice, would be a blessing. But I forswore that privilege the day I learned that the Garlean Empire was built by the hand of an Ascian.
What?
Yes. My grandsire, the former emperor, is of their number. And who better to build an empire capable of bringing about the calamitous change we desire? Would you condemn me for this alliance? For bowing to the will of these shadowy masters, when the prize is true and lasting peace?
It's all about looking at the other side of the coin, my friend. You're dooming everybody.
I come not to conquer, but to liberate. To free man from the prison of divergence. Imagine a world united. One perfect race beneath a single standard. An army before whose might these servants of darkness and light would fly as leaves in a storm, never again to meddle in man's affairs. We would be the masters of our own fate. I bid you join me, not as subjects of Garlemald, but of a new nation, and together we shall win freedom for ourselves and generations yet unborn.
You want to trigger
Poppycock.
another half-dozen calamities? You can't be serious!
Have you forgotten how many died? There will be no one left.
Do you truly imagine we would aid you in your bloodletting?
It is unthinkable, unconscionable.
And what is the alternative? To be as cattle waiting for slaughter? I would have us work together, that we might take fate into our own hands.
Into your hands, perhaps. But what of the other worlds, your radiance? With every calamity, you obliterate a star and every soul that dwells on it.
To the Ascians, we are all but tiny, momentary specks within an indifferent universe. We cannot hope to oppose them until we have been made whole.
Oh, we can, and we shall, my friend. We shall.
Are these truly the words of Garlemald's ruler? The flaws and foibles which you so abhor are what make us who we are. Every nation, even yours, Emperor Varys, is made whole through the combination of these imperfections, the strengths of one compensating for the weaknesses of another. While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others, fostering community and cooperation. That the protector of an empire should not only reject these fundamental truths, but seek to change them at so dear a cost to life is indefensible. Such a man is not fit to govern.
And you, warrior of light, would you refuse me as well?
Yep.
It would seem the Alliance is of one mind on this matter.
You Eorzeans never cease to disappoint me. Though I suppose I have only myself to blame for expecting more from savages. This discussion is at an end. I bid you make ready for our next meeting. It will not be at the negotiating table.
Indeed it won't, my friend. Indeed it won't. Came here to find Doma's advance party ready for raiding for battle. So, as worrying as our little chat with the Empire was, I did buy enough time for at least some of our allies to arrive.
I'm not sure what I was expecting from our meeting with the Emperor, but it wasn't that. Still, at least we know now what he's really after.
Indeed.
Aye.
Indeed.
A future built on a mountain of bodies. I too want the Ascians dead, but not at any cost.
The last of the reinforcements from Dorma arrived not long ago. I pray it will be enough. Given the Emperor's stated goal, this is a battle we can ill afford to lose.
If the Garleans come in force, we may not have much say in the matter, even with our combined strength.
We knew from the first that the odds would be against us. But if there is even the slightest chance of victory, we must do everything in our power to seize it.
We must seize it, full stop.
Hear, hear!
The two of you are to join an irregular unit and support the main host. I won't bother asking if you're minded to fight.
After coming this far, how could I not? And for once, there's no one around to countermand me. Not that they would. Not even my brother. But we all know who'll really make the difference. Ready to frighten some Garleans?
Wouldn't want to be on their side.
Might I ask you to accompany the Dorman contingent? They are strangers here, and your presence would do much to raise their spirits.
Problem here. No problem.
Okay.
Let's get going.
When our people stride out with you in their midst, I dare say the Eorzeans will feel an ilm taller themselves. High spirits have a way of spreading.
What I wouldn't give to join you. But my duties as field commander will not allow it. I'll leave the front lines in your capable hands. Comrades, ready your arms. The hour of battle has come. May the crystal guide us to victory!
Since the others couldn't be here, we'll have to fight twice as hard. If Alphinaud wakes to find the Imperials have won, I shall never hear the end of it. It's strange. I thought I would be terrified when the fighting started. I should be terrified. But with you at our side, I can't help feeling everything is going to be all right. So please, don't you dare leave me alone.
Oh, I won't.
No matter what happens, we have to survive together.
And we are still on the last part of it. So here's the last duty before everything is over. Gimleth Dark. Oh, they are actually damaging me. Yes. Not much, but. Oh, it's maybe because I'm standing in a fucking minefield, but oh well. Let's see. Die. And the first boss, which of course is a Colossus. Should be a problem. Vent. Raid wide. Guessing that's physical damage. Go. Getting the loot, and we're off. And next.
Ready?
And Scorpion. Can't be stunned. Huh. Over here. Beetle gun. And off to the next one. Let's see, Scholar Rear Guard.
Out of my way!
Reprisal. And the next idiot comes in. And Ian, gonna take this here guy out. So we are. I'm just gonna fuck this here. Die. And there we have this here. Breakable female blade. Like it's exploding. There we go.
Let us be about it.
And I think it's going to be closer to 5 hours. These savages bested our vanguard. Impressive. But in the end, that's only the savages now. Let us be brief. His radiant awaits. The two sisters. Boom. Airstrike. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna do the normal bread and butter now because we're getting close and I need the burst damage now. Okay. There we go. They are doing what? Let's do this. Have it. Official boost. And boom. And there we go. Served our purpose. Come, we shall withdraw for now. Oh. There we go.
There you are, and none the worse for wear.
Of course not.
Indeed. I had hoped we might do more to help, but there seems to be no one left to fight.
A tactical withdrawal, perhaps?
We should give chase.
Oops.
Finish them off while we have the chance. Imagine the other surprise when they wake to find the war already won.
The light will expunge all life. Only you can forestall the calamity. Throw wide the gates.
No! 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 Not like...
We lose allies.
Oh no. Don't tell me. Are you all right? Quickly! We must get her back to the encampment.
And we are now gonna this here. This here is not voice active. So the Gallians have been en route, have they? Well done. Though the exchange was no more than a test for a stranger, is not. I won't be taking any chances now that the Emperor has joined the fray. They'll want to take their time while down our defense. Still, with your help and that of the Eastern Alliance, we passed the first test. Our line is unbroken. As for Elise, she is in good hands over in the infirmary. My lord, the Kyrujan have completed their examination of Mistress Elise, and as we feared, she's locked in slumber without any onboard calls. Just like the others, damn it. Aye, the Garleans picked a fine time to come knocking. 5 science incapacitated, and the enemies at our doorstep. I cannot spare the men to assist in the search of the Kurd. It is best that I see to it that the LSA is escorted back to safety, back to the Rising Stone. Yugiri and I would return to our camp, but the main contingent of our forces at Far East is under sail, and we must be made ready for their arrival. As not keep you then. Judging by the Gallians' recent movements and their lack thereof, they won't be launching another offensive immediately future. We would return to the Rising Stone, give it a flight to the fellow sides. I can understand the feel on the edge, but I won't be no good anyone without rest. The Rising Stones, man. Stone. Harry Boulder. Or Horrible. Ah, Sarah, welcome back. Welcome home. Word has it that Mr. Celsius gave the Garleans quite a thrashing. Speaking of whom, where is Mr. Celsius? Certain she would have returned. Aye, that's 12, not her too. Arca and I will ready the infirmary for arrival. We also need to send a message to Tower post haste. That it has something other than a grim tidings to share with her. And with you too, for the matter. It grieves me to report to you that Archon's condition remains unchanged. As we speak, Kuletna, Prowl, and Master Matoya continue to explore every possible avenue. At last, their efforts to bear fruit. But all is not lost. You still hale and whole after all, though I suspect you must be tired of you. You must rest, my friend. Leave the worries to us, for the time being at least. Meanwhile, at the border of Elmigo. Xenos Van Belsa arrives. Or does he? Brief. Sarah, your welcome face indeed to these troubled lands, though I've come to inquire our sickened brothers and sisters. I'm afraid I have not to report. Colette and the others continue to try some search of the Francis, and I too have done in all in my power to assist the lass. And that is. My apologies for the intrusion. I've told Master Alphino I've been brought here, and I wish to see his student condition had approved. Maxima. Mr. Sarah, I've heard about the part you played in driving back the Empire forces. Thank you. That you are able to stop them, if only for a short while, gives me hope. I realize how strange it sounds that it must coming from a Galilean lips, but I speak them out of love and bear for my homeland, because I wish to see an end to this to the bloodshed. That is why I chose to share all that I know with the Alliance, though I will surely be branded a traitor, and I content to bear the ignominy. Ignominy. 12. Seem a small price to pay to help to prevent the conflict of the escalation if any further. But enough of my prattling. War is not what brought me all this way. I came here to see Master Elfin. An acquaintance of Sarah and Elfino, are you? Well, far be it from me to turn any away a good company. You'll follow me, sir. Word reached me that Alphanode had returned. It seems only right that I visit him, poor lad. It pains me to see him thus. But it takes solace in the knowledge that he's safe and well cared for. I fought valiantly at the burn. He fought valiantly at the burn. Popelavs could not have wished for more committed ally. I know not how he came to be so affected, but I pray that a cure can be found soon. On an unrelated note, you may be interested to know that the travels here in the company of the other acquaintances of yours. He awaits my return at North Silvertier, and I'm certain he would be glad to see you. Assuming that you can spare the time, that is. Oh, we know who that is. We know. Of course we know. There's only one person left, technically, that would dock at that particular thing, or particular place. That is, of course, Good. And his airship. Ah, there you are. I begin to think you would not come. Sounds like you've been through the mill. You could have called me. Though I must confess, tracking down missing souls is not exactly within my field of expertise. As you may have surmised, I heard much of Master Garland growing up in my Garlemald. Indeed, he has long been a source of inspiration for me. Most Garleans would say he's a traitor and had turned his back on the country, but the proper lives, however, consider him a revolutionary, a man of willing to defy the Empire, dreaming of subjugation of his inventions might bring about the better future of all mankind. Please, revolutionary is a term best reserved for my work, but I am an Imperial defector who fought to aid another Imperial defector. Whatever Master Gallen says, I'm humbled to find myself in such distinguished company. Speaking of distinguishing company, I've heard from Raban that you ran into my old friend in the burr. Is it true Gaius still lives? Yeah. Like most of in the army, I've never heard the privilege of seeing the legatus without his mask. To think I walked half across the burn in the presence of the Black Wolf. And he claims to have several ties to the Empire, to the Empire to hunt Asians, did he? After his humbling at the Praetorium, I would think he'd had the good sense to stay dead. Should we meet again, I shall make sure to tell him so. Commander Alden also spoke of the Alliance meeting with the Emperor, though I elaborated to believe that what I was told that his radiance really claimed that the Golem was found by an Ascian. They had this madness with the very notion that it's absurd. Every fighter of the being rails against it. Yet to see there is no escape to the truth. From the very founding of my homeland, my brothers and sisters were laid down their lives to serve to a lie. The essence must be stopped to save my people, to save all people. For all the empire, many crimes, even I did not suspect. Had I known, I would have left a lot sooner. But that is in the past. Here in the present, we must apply ourselves to the problems of how the empire ambitions may be thwarted. Not only the Eorzea, but in the Far East as well. The Ironworks will spare no effort to achieve the end. Seigneur's Wall was a good start, but we can do more. And we will. We'll soon, we'll show them what it means to achieve freedom through technology. Begging your pardons, I bear a message from for the Warrior of Light. Commander Alden requested you present at the Alliance headquarters in Alamigo, and he would discuss the battle strategy of the earliest convenience. Ah, yes, the invaluable messenger I've sent wouldn't have long before duty calls away. Time, no doubt being of the essence, I would tempt you to aboard the Excelsior. I would therefore fastest way to Raban's size. I personally apologize to the commander for keeping him waiting. Well, a free teleport is a free teleport. I swear every time I board in my airship, it seems to be barreling, every time you board the airship, you're barreling headlong into danger, and every time you somehow contrive and emerge victorious, which of course is admirable skill, but no one is invincible, Sarah, not even you. Please take care of yourself out there. I pray you remain safe on the front lines, though ill-equipped to join the fray. I shall do all I can to assist the headquarters. My colleagues and I have tasked to evacuating the casualties by air. See that you aren't among them. Assistance fighter. Commander Alden is waiting, my lady. Best to proceed to the Alliance headquarters. Are you ready? Yes. Oh, yeah, that's the instance here. Okay. You're good. You're here, good. I summoned you to discuss the strategy of the First World Appraise the Guardians movement. Speaking of how upon Raban, several cutscenes will play in a sequence. I know that. Very easy. Because we just want to plow through this. We've already done the work before. We want to do. Okay.
We had long assumed that the Garleans would overwhelm us in a straight fight, but we seem to be gaining ground, albeit slowly. As to why that might be, the most likely explanation is that they have yet to commit all their forces. Still, we're winning, and our latest intelligence suggests the Emperor has retreated back to Garlemald. In light of this, we're considering launching an offensive with the aim of pushing the front line forward and giving ourselves some room to breathe.
Excuse me.
Commander, the Imperials. They've broken through our defenses to the east.
What?
Our scouts say their forces are being led by Lord Xenos. Lord Heian and Commander Hext have taken their troops to provide support, but we don't know how long they can hold out.
So, they've been biding their time, waiting for his arrival, have they? Very well. Send word to our allies, requesting reinforcements for the front line. worst come to the worst, I may need to enter the fray myself. But what of you? Do you still have the strength to fight?
Oh, I can take Xenos on every time. You only say the word.
Much obliged. Given the choice, I'd take you over 100 soldiers.
Why won't they open? Please, I bid you open.
Don't have time for that.
What's wrong? Is it the voice again? Are you sure you're in a fit state to do this?
I can do this here on 50%.
May Ralga grant us strength. Give 'em hell, lass. I, for my part, will defend this place to my dying breath.
Meanwhile, at the border of Alamigo.
This one's for you, Ada.
So frustrating that we don't have like all the whole big fat bag of what Samurai actually can do, because ISDP melee DPS are technical. Ate it in time. Impressive. That is the difference between Xenos, because Xenos didn't do that. That was Asian magic, sure.
Magic? With a Garlean body? That's hardly fair. Still, he must be stopped, no matter the cost.
Bringer of light. It has been too long. No words to mark our reunion? So be it. Equilibrium must be restored, and only your death will redress the balance.
Well, let's see about that. See about that. Come on. See how good you are. Duty complete.
Your mother chose her champion well. Yet, for all your strength, you will still fail.
I beseech you.
Someone calls to you. Too late, alas.
At last, I found you. Please, there's no cause for alarm. Though, I confess, this is not where I had intended to meet. But the place of our meeting is of no consequence, like the war you wage. Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion. The better path leads you here, to me. I have need of your strength. I'm afraid such questions will have to wait. We have precious little time, and your work is not yet done. Go to the Crystal Tower. I have left something for you near its base. It will serve as a beacon of sorts, one which I pray will help you on your journey. All you need do is find it. I will take care of the rest.
God.
Soon, we will throw wide the gates. And the path to the first will be yours to walk at last.
You're awake. Thank heavens.
Very much. What happened?
Do you recall the confrontation with Xenos? You were the first to come to the aid of Mistress Lys and the others on the front line. In the midst of your duel, it is said you faltered, and that the Crown Prince seized the opportunity to deliver a mortal blow. Yet before his blade could find its mark, he was distracted by the arrival of a second adversary who bore you away from the battlefield and into the hands of our chirurgeons. Lest you wonder, he left before you awoke. As is his wont. Estinian never was one for emotional farewells. Though Xenos bested all before him, the battle clearly took its toll, for he retreated shortly after your rescue. Seeing this, the remaining Imperial forces decided discretion was the better part of valor and pulled back, allowing us to re-establish our position.
So,
we have since received word of renewed unrest in the provinces, doubtless inspired by the
Estinian.
efforts of the Eorzean Alliance
Well.
and our Far Eastern allies. Nor does the good news end there. We have also come into possession of intelligence suggesting unrest within the Imperial Court. This would certainly explain why both the Emperor and Lord Xenos appear to have abandoned the fight. A long-awaited ray of hope in these
Civil
dark
War
times.
is starting again, probably. At least they are alright.
Yet to awake, I'm afraid. But please, concentrate on your own recovery for now. You have carried the hopes of some half-dozen nations, and we are all eternally grateful for your efforts. But no one is without their limits, not even you. Leave this fight to us, my friend. You have earned your rest. But before I forget, I was asked to deliver a message as soon as you awoke. A reminder that you are not alone, though many of your allies have fallen. When you are well and rested, you are to return home, where friends will be waiting for you. Now, if you will excuse me, I must return to the front. May we meet again soon, under happier circumstances.
Oh, this is most unexpected. I thought you're confined to bed. On that month. I heard that you had collapsed on the field of battle. I confess I feared the worst. But were you standing here before me? I see now that the reports of your defeat was greatly exaggerated to the fury. As long as we have you, Mr. Skana, history suggests you have a fighting chance. Speaking of fighting, you may be surprised to hear that the war effects can already be felt even here in Ishgard. In anticipation of the reinforcements, Artoriel soon be departing into the front lines with a contingent of the finest knights. I would advise you to stay until your strength has returned, but I know it would be an excessive exertive in futility. Indeed, I suspect you have already decided what you need. Dark days lies ahead, and that I've no doubt. But in the light of hope shall ever guide our steps so long as we have the will to press forward. And press onward we must. Farewell, my friend. I pray that our next meeting will be under happier circumstances. Let us return to the Rising Stone.
By the 12! I don't believe it! I rushed back as soon as I could. I swear, my heart nearly stopped when I heard you'd collapsed like the others. What in heaven's name is going on? Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion. Oh, well, that's helpful. And what else did he say? The better path leads to him? If his is the voice you've all been hearing, perhaps the others are with him. Sir Emmerich said the fighting had reached a stalemate, didn't he? But if that monster masquerading as Xenos comes back... Thancred, Yestola, Urianger, Alphino, Alize. You're going to need all of them on your side to defeat him. And I forbid you from going to face him on your own, do you hear me? So if you must leave, go and find the others. Bring them home. As for where to start, you said the stranger had left a beacon for you at the Crystal Tower, right?
Indeed.
But how are you
Indeed,
to
he
find
had.
it now that the tower has been sealed shut? There has to be a way. If anyone would know, it's Sid and the researchers of St. Coinac's find. Don't you worry, we'll find that beacon for you.
Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace.
I pray you have good reason for abandoning the front.
How could I remain there while the rumor that my son is possessed by a demon spreads like a sickness here at home? I will not be made to fight for the throne a second time. But what of you? Did you not tell me you would destroy Eorzea's champion with the ease that one might swat a fly?
A minor setback. She will not escape me again. Where is your grandsire? I would have words with him.
How should I know? Do you hide from each other's sight as well? I imagine he's doing what all Ascians do.
He must have found a way to take advantage of this turmoil.
Men are not pawns to be played with, Ascian. You underestimate us at your peril. This war will not be decided by you and yours. Man must choose his own fate, and I, for my part, will do all within my power to see Garlemald emerge victorious. Pray forgive the intrusion, Your Radiance, but the requested preparations are now complete. We stand ready to begin production of Black Rose upon your order.
That's the end of Stormblood. We're gonna skip this here because there is nothing other than that. And then, and the cuts and the text are pretty long, so we don't want to waste too much time. A brand new travel outfit. I knew you'd be all right. I was celebrating your return. I made you this, a brand new travel outfit. I hope you hope it fits you. But now, it's not time to fuss over measurements. I'll go to speak with the researchers at St. Coin Fund and go rest while you're taking track down the beacon. And that is last part 4. And here is what we are interested in. Ooh.
My enemy. My friend. Had I been but a step faster.
Bloody savage!
A pity your hunt leads you elsewhere. Not that I am surprised. May you find joy in it. Grow stronger, more savage, and savor every triumph. In the meantime, I will reclaim that which is rightfully mine.
That is the real Xenos. We will looking at running around and find that beacon of sorts. See where it leads. Best of the Requiem for Heroes, a voice rings out across time and space. The fields of tranquility light, sow the seeds of something I didn't read. Because that's just the nature of it. You have completed the quest of Stormblood Part 4, exiting New Game Plus mode. And we are in the present, because this here will start Shadowbringers. But that will have to wait for another day, my friends. We have completed the debacle that I made, and all the issues. I still have some minor details that I might fix, or I want to fix. I know there was a little bit stutter in the stream, and I want to fix that. The Vods will be a lot better, but that might be that I will need to downgrade the Vods to 1080p, which is not a big thing. But we will see. Anyways, thank you everybody for watching. Until next time,